everyone. It is 2:02 p.m. on this Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024, for this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Trustee Church.
Here.
Vice President Mayberry.
I'm here.
Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley. Via Zoom. All right. And I believe our student representative is walking in right now. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Fantastic. And our student representative, Annie Batavia, knows how to make an entrance. All right. And we'll move on now to item 1.03. So we are a learning organization, and I know that that's my Captain Obvious moment of the day. But what we ask our kids to do, to learn every day, to grow their worldview every day, is something that as adults, I think if we were honest about, we'd say is actually quite a challenge, particularly when you think about what is involved with being an adult and growing our own worldviews and sometimes unlearning and relearning things as well. And where I'm going with this is that I have a colleague up here at the dais today that I believe embodies what it is to learn, grow personally and professionally. I've been watching her professional development since she has joined this board. She never fails to amaze me, and her signature line says, "For our kids," and she sure does mean it. Trustee Colleen Westlake, will you please lead us in the pledge? And now we'll move on to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life. And some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. That closes item 1.04 and section 1 in its entirety, and brings us now to section 2, our consent agenda items. So prior to this point, I do have requests to pull item 2.04 and 2.06. Seeing no lights on, I will ask for staff to prepare on both of those items. And now I will open it up for comment from any interested trustees on items 2.02 to 2.03. 2.05, and then 2.07 to 2.20.
Thank you, President Smith. I just wanted to make a brief comment on 2.18. Approval of hiring pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 286.523, employment of retired employee for the following subject area for which a critical labor shortage exists was previously approved, and it's to hire our exemplary teachers that have been retired to fill critical needs positions. And I just want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I don't think there is a way to show love compassion and caring more than to serve your community, and especially in the service of our children. And I just thank them for coming back. And I just wanted to welcome them and tell them how much we appreciate them and what they do. Thank you.
And I have a couple comments as well. So for consent agenda item 2.05, anyone that has heard me the past few years knows that when these items come up, I always point out that these variances for ratios, that the state mandates a certain ratio for these grades, but they do not actually fund to those ratios, and that is really the precursor for why we're filing these variances. So that's something I always bring up because I think it's important that the community know that. In addition to that, for item 2.20, we have some exciting guests with us. So we have Francisco Vega, the Director of Air Quality in the Management Division, and then also Craig Peterson, a Supervisor in Monitoring and Planning from the Northern Nevada Public Health Department in the audience. I think you're with us somewhere in the back. They're supposed to be, because I think we're going to, depending on the outcome of one of these votes, we might be taking a photo afterwards as well. So just wanted to publicly thank them in advance for this opportunity. Of course, we'll see about the outcome of the vote, and depending on the passage of it, we may take a photo afterwards as well. But just wanted to acknowledge you and say thank you ahead of the vote. So on that note, JJ, do we have any public comment for items 2.02 to 2.03, 2.05, and then 2.07 to 2.20?
Pablo Nava Duran for item 2.10.
Welcome, Mr. Nava Duran.
I'm at 2.16. Okay. Yeah. Talk about the community school. No, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay. Oh.
Welcome, Mr. Nava Duran.
Hello. So when I saw the agenda about the community school, I would talk about adding for 2 additional middle school, which is great, very exciting to see have a 2 additional middle school. So, but the most disappointing is they're adding some just a Sky Ranch middle school and DePauli Middle School, which is kind of disappointing that Pine Middle School need a community in school, because there were one of few school the student aptitude rate is going up instead of going down. So I feel like we should add Pine Middle School as the community in school. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all I have for those items.
All right, so I'll bring it back here to the colleagues. I'm looking for a motion to approve items 2.02 to 2.03, 2.05, and 2.07 to 2.20.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Trustee Nicolette, and I have a second by Clerk Rodriguez. Also looking, I'll make sure to keep an eye on you as well, Trustee Woodley, as well. Just put your hand up if you ever need that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. And we will go ahead and take that photo for item 2.20 after we're completed with all of consent. So now we'll bring up the 2 items that we have that we're pulling today, and starting with item 2.04. This is the approval and adoption of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the Washoe County School District, WCSD, and the Washoe Education Association, WEA, regarding changes to Appendix B of the 2023-2025 negotiated agreement between the WCSD and WEA. This is an item for possible action, and we will invite up our Chief Human Resources Officer, Doug Owen, and our General Counsel, Kevin Pick. All All right, thank you so much. So I was the one that actually pulled this because I think it's really important for the community to better understand some of the creative ways and the tenacious ways that we're continuing to push our budget in support of our staff and our learning environments for the ultimate benefit of our students' academic success. And while Appendix B is something that our community may have heard us talking about in various meetings for about a year now, could one of you take a moment and just explain what that portion of the contract is?
Sure thing, and thank you for inviting us up here today. Board of Trustees, Doug Owen for the record. Appendix B pertains to athletics and student activities, specifically coach pay, some slots, which are hours of time dedicated for teachers to participate and teach other clubs and activities. And then that didn't include elementary schools until this most recent agreement, which now includes elementary schools, clubs, and activities as well.
So can you expand on that? So Appendix B did not previously, so it focused exclusively on our educators or our staff members that were providing these services, these clubs to in the secondary level, but today's potential item for approval would expand that to elementary school. Can you talk a little bit about the type of clubs that could now be covered with this slot pay and also what the change to the slot pay is?
Yeah, thank you. So the slot pay used to be around $18 an hour if we boiled it down to an hourly rate, and it was 15 hours of time per slot. So we've increased that now. It's $30 an hour. I think it's $3.75 for the 15 hours. So if we did the math on that, and that allows them to host and participate in clubs such as debate club, speech, or gardening at certain schools. And really it's about where teachers find their passion and where students find their passion, and they want to participate and do something that is outside of the typical curriculum. So the teachers sign up and host those activities. They can be a musical. There's several different activities to choose from, and the kids really enjoy that. So the pay has gone up to encourage our teachers to host those events.
And how are those decisions made about what will be offered for any of our campus sites? How are those decisions made within the employee teams and the families?
Yeah, great question. So what happens at each school level, there is a committee of sorts that it comprises of one of our administrators as well as some in our teachers, counselors, and those types of roles. And submissions are submitted to that committee for approval to go do these certain activities. And Kevin, correct me if I go wrong on any of those. But those are then considered twice a year and approved for the next, let's say, 4 to 5 months, and then they reconsider them again in the spring.
And that's really important. So the slot is not necessarily the entire year. There could be different programming for the first semester versus the second semester.
Yeah, that's correct. So at certain high schools, you'll have like a musical production that may occur in the spring, and that corresponds with something else that they do, that a teacher might do in the fall. So it really just depends on what that school likes to do.
That's great. And so it sounds like it's not mandated that all schools receive the same programming. It's really born from the staff that's there, the passion, the communities, what the kids are interested in. So there is a customized approach for how these programs will be offered for each school site and individualized for each community.
Hi, Kevin Pick, General Counsel for the records. Thank you for the question. There are preferred activities, and those were specifically delineated in the MOU. And the preferred activities are ones that kind of go to the front of the line because there are more long-standing activities that schools have engaged in for a number of years. Things like speech and debate, choir, band, things like that, that there was already a high level of usage for district-wide. Those will be preferred, but after that, the committees ultimately at each school site do have the say on what their individual school does with the 15 hours of slot time.
Thank you so much. And I have one more thing, and then I will go to Clerk Rodriguez. So here's why this is so important. We know, and we've taken on the banner of chronic absenteeism. We have made the promise to our children and to our community that we will know our children. And the way that we do that is by offering them reasons to come to school, more opportunities for an adult that is important to them and knows who they are, and more reasons why they would want to do that. I am a firm believer that through the passions of our educators, we more dearly connect our children to their academic experience, and then that also results in higher academic performance as well. And so I know that we achieve that by making school a place that children are excited to go to, even if that means that one subject may not be their favorite, they're looking forward to participating in other things as well. And by broadening what it is we offer and tapping into the talents of our educators and then paying them respectfully through it, we're really able to achieve that. And so I'm a huge supporter of this. I want to say thank you. There was a lot of tenacious work that went into it. I'm really pleased with where we landed, and just really a believer in how important these clubs are for kids, because while our schools are certainly there to educate, we're also there to broaden children's minds in all the ways that we can. And so on that note, I will turn to Clerk Rodriguez and then Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. I just got a couple of questions. I apologize, I missed it, but with these committees, are there any of the students involved or parents that maybe want to see what programs, or do they have like a voice there?
They wouldn't be excluded, but they wouldn't be members of the committee, because how it typically is set up now by the contract is there's going to be 4 essentially WA unit members, whether they're counselors, deans, teachers, and then there'll be 2 administrators that are on the committee. Those people who are on the committee can certainly seek input from parents and students, and that's really what they would be going forward with. It's the committee receives applications. The people submitting the applications are the students and the parents and the people who want to have clubs in their particular clubs in their school sites. So that's really the input they're getting, and it's going to be the 4 WA unit members and 2 administrators that end up comprising the committee to make the final decision. So,
okay, all right, I appreciate that, and I just want to echo what President Smith said. I'm glad to see where we're at, and by no means do I think we should be laying off the gas. I'd love to see this expand more and just more opportunities, because I agree. I know, like, my children, enjoy these recent developments and opportunities that they're having, like 7th grade, sports, stuff like that. And I know I said I'll turn around with my son in high school. So I would love to see this expand more, and also just do it more for our staff that are been doing this for a long, long time for barely minimum wage. So I appreciate the work you've done, and also the WEA. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this shows the true value of the teachers that want to give even more to the kids, and they deserve to be compensated. This takes time away from their families. It takes time away from their interests. But I think we've all seen how selfless our teachers and administrators are. So I wanted to make that comment, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 6 slots for elementary.
Yes, that's
6,
correct.
okay.
6 slots for elementary.
I am so excited for this. This is 6 opportunities for our young children to be able to explore their passion and to get more engaged with the school, to make friends of like interests. And I know this is going to carry them up into middle school and up into high school. And the sooner that we get our kids actively involved and just have the desire to go to school and be part of that, the better. And so 6 slots, that is a phenomenal start, and I appreciate everyone who's worked on this. Kaylin Evans, you gentlemen, everyone else that's been on the committee, thank you, because this is so, so important.
And I saw Trustee Woodley's hand up.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Unfortunately, going last Trustee Westlake said a lot of what I wanted to say. This is something that we've all wanted. Curricular activities is very important for our students, and anything we can get to motivate them to return to class, and as stated by the president with regards to absenteeism. But most important, as Trustee Westlake stated, we have teachers that have been dedicating a lot of their time after hours, after their regular workday, working with our kids, keeping them interested, and we really, really appreciate their commitment. And I feel very proud to be a part of this group, to be able to approve the expanding it to elementary school, and then also the increase in the actual salary. So deeply appreciate everyone that was involved. And once again, you guys knocked it out the park. And thanks again for listening to this board. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to public comment, I just also want to add in closing just a thank you to the negotiation teams. I'll say this and then I'll give you the closing word. I always have to look right at the lights. I want to say thank you to the negotiation teams as well. So the members of the WEA negotiation teams, and of course President Kaylin Evans, and then also you, Council Pick as well, and the whole team that was involved with this. We continue to push ourselves to be creative, but to stay focused on our shared goals, and that's what potential items like this for potential action really result in. And so I want to say thank you for that. Vice President Mayberry.
No, thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. I just felt compelled to. I'd be remiss if I didn't pile on too. Thank you for getting past the finish line. Really, this was a lot of work. I think one message that sometimes is missed is this was the first change since when? I think 19 something, right? Can you answer that question?
It was updated with the COLAs, and I think traditionally it's been updated with COLAs throughout the news cycles if COLAs were part of the contract. But as far as expanding it, it's been many years. As far as the new slots, and there was an increase in middle school athletics, saw new activities there too, and so it was really the first large-scale increase there have been in many years.
Right. I believe it dates back to maybe the late 1900s. I know I had a full head of hair at the time. So, but seriously, thank you very much. This is great news. I don't want to duplicate what my colleagues have said. I share their perspective, but this should not be the end of anything. As Trustee Rodriguez said, let's keep the compensation for our teachers at all levels, clubs, athletics, the classroom. We need to continue to fight for that. We've made some monumental strides, but let's keep the gas pedal on. So that's where I stand. Thank you very much for your service.
I would like to add an additional thank you, ditto to everything, and our budget and finance department, because every time we go back to the drawing table, it entails a deep dive into the dollars, and could not do it without your expertise. Thank you.
And if I may, I thank you all for the praise, and I think everybody involved. I would be remiss if I didn't call out Mark Mathers from our finance office, and then also Kaylin Evans from the WEA in collaborating and getting this across the finish line. These were, conversations where we were talking on the weekend and trying to just figure out, how do we get to yes, and it wasn't just a no, and we shut down the conversation. Everybody involved was really driving toward how we get to a solution. So I just want to thank everybody involved for that process.
All right. On that note, do we have any public comment, JJ?
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, President Evans.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Kaylin Evans. I'm the president of the Washoe Education Association. Our intent with Appendix B has always been clear, and that's to expand meaningful and engaging experiences for our students. These include extracurriculars, athletics, clubs, activities that connect students and their families to the school in powerful ways. These programs are proven interventions to address truancy, improve student behavior, and boost academic achievement. The research is very clear. When students are involved in these activities, they are more likely to feel connected to school, which improves overall success. We know that athletics and extracurriculars and these school activities are what truly engage our families as well. When these events are happening, that's when we see the highest turnout from parents and families. Getting our families in the door and connected with their schools is the only way we'll be able to truly improve the learning outcomes of our students. Without that family engagement, our efforts in the classroom can only go so far. These activities are the bridge between the school and home, and they're critical to the success of our students. During these negotiations, our focus was on better recognizing the work that's already being done in our district, much of it unpaid or severely underpaid, and on expanding these opportunities for our students. These programs simply cannot happen without the dedication of school staff, and it's time that we acknowledge and compensate that work appropriately. I want to take a moment to recognize the WA members and staff who work tirelessly on these negotiations. I also want to thank the members of the board who both publicly and privately advocated for these efforts. I'd like to express our appreciation to Superintendent Ernst for your leadership in supporting this work, and your negotiation team comprised of several members, but Mr. Pick and Mr. Mathers as well. And I do need to give a special shout out to Chief Human Resources Officer Doug Owens. Doug was instrumental in getting us across the finish line with this, and his leadership, driven by our superintendent's vision, is what made this agreement possible. While today's vote marks some positive gains, there is still significant work to be done in this area. The district should truly lean into providing these types of opportunities for students because it's what engages our students and families most effectively. These programs create lifelong memories and meaningful connections, and they help drive the success of our students in ways that traditional learning environments might not. Planting a flag here will position the district as a leader in providing these essential opportunities for students and families. And just real quickly, I mean, not only did we increase coaching pay, we increased the number of slots available at every school, we increased the number of slots, and for the first time in the history of our district, our elementary students and staff are going to be having this opportunity. So this is really a historic day. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Evans.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, folks, so I'm looking for a motion, and I see a light on.
And this is my honor. I move that the Board of Trustees approves and adopts the Memorandum of Understanding between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Association related to Appendix B.
All right, by spontaneous seconding, we have a motion by Trustee Nicolette. We have a second by Trustee Westlake. I see a hand up with Trustee Woodley. Oh, you were going to probably try to make that motion. I know. I will look for that, though. I promise. All right, seeing no other lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much, Mr. Chief Owen and Council Pick. All right, so that closes item 2.04 and brings us now to standalone item 2.06. This is the approval of Read by Grade 3 Rate of Improvement Metrics recommended by Governor Joe Lombardo and the Nevada Department of Education for student academic growth and student academic proficiency in grades K-3 based on annual spring measures of academic progress, MAP. Reading administration, this is an item for possible action. We welcome up our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, and another member of the team that Dr. Parks will introduce.
Absolutely. I have Kyle Kemp up here. He is here for any of the detailed or higher order thinking questions.
Well, thank you very much, Kyle, for being here. All right, so this item was requested by Trustee Church, so I will let him take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, in reading this, at first it was clear as mud. It's a very complicated law that deals with specifically K through 3 reading and how we remediate any reading issues with our kids. So that's all wonderful that we do that, but it references the fact that there's been a lot of confusion, and it references a letter or input from Governor Lombardo. So with that said, could you just give me the short version of what this is and why we should support it, or why we have to support it?
Absolutely. Real quickly, this is data similar to what you've been reporting on for the last 8 years, Read by Grade 3. And what is unique this year is we're required to bring these two metrics to the Board of Trustees as a rate of improvement, so to speak. So that was why we are here and explaining. We too have had some confusion in contradiction in some memos. We're working to clean that up. So that is the only change is that the two metrics that are proposed around the map, those are what we're bringing forward.
And it references, I think, a letter or input from Governor Lombardo. Obviously, when he speaks, at least I listen. What specifically is that?
Well, I believe what you're referring to is acing accountability, and it is Governor Lombardo's focus on making sure that we are spending our monies appropriately, that we are going after high-quality curriculum, high-quality instruction, and that we're holding ourselves accountable for those new funds.
And then one of the problems I have, there's nothing we can do about it, it's state law, but it's an unfunded mandate, correct? I mean, we have to jump through all these hoops to meet this one very special issue, and we don't, all that administrative time we spend, we don't get reimbursed for that, correct?
We would agree. The unfunded that we get every student reading by grade 3, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, my point is, if anybody's listening there at the legislature, we want our kids to read, we want our kids to succeed, but the more administrative picayune issues they come up with, I mean, what about reading 4 through 12, you know? The more it takes away your time from other academic pursuits that we could concentrate on. So that was one reason I pulled it. You know, consent decree is basically minor things, and this isn't minor, it's an important issue, so I thought the public would need to know. I'm also correct in reading we're pretty much on par or above the rest of the state. Is that correct?
My initial answer would be yes. If you want more details, I know Kyle has the intricacies if you're looking for more detail.
Kyle, do you have, if you want it?
Yes. Hello, Board. Superintendent Ertz, for the record, Kyle Kemp, Accountability Coordinator. Yes, generally, when we're looking at achievement in ELA, especially in early grades, we're about on par with every single district. This is the first year that we're just slightly below the state in ELA, so a little bit lower than the previous years. But when we're looking at K through 3 early literacy, we're right on par with most districts in the state.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a good question. Just to clarify, is this from the legislature or is this from Governor Lombardo's office? Just so that I'm perfectly clear, although I very much agree about unfunded mandates, but I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear on that.
Perfect. So Read by Grade 3 has been around a long time, so I believe that was previous to the current governor. The acing accountability, which is kind of we figure as like this separate kind of accountability framework, has similarities to the Nevada School Performance Framework, but does have different business rules. That is the one that Governor Lombardo put into place.
Thank you, President Smith. So there, if you could briefly explain what some of these terms are, because in my school visits recently, there's just some wonderful things that are happening with supporting this unfunded mandate. I mean, just amazing things. One thing I was really happy to see us really going strong with phonics. But there's some other things, and you could explain it better than I. The science of reading, magnetic reading and iReady programs that are supporting this Read by Grade 3. Can you briefly explain those things?
Yes, I can be very brief because you're going to steal some of our thunder for milestones and momentum. Science of reading is why we are feeling like we have a lot of momentum in improving learning outcomes for reading for our students in K through 3. Magnetic reading is a phonics program that we have bought for the collaborative schools, and allowed them to utilize that to have intensive focus on phonics. The research behind it is that we need intensive focus around the areas of phonemic awareness and phonics, and our iReady data also backs up that idea that we need to be very aggressive around how we're teaching phonemic awareness and phonics.
All right. Is there any public comment on this item?
I have none for this item.
All right. I'll bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion on item 2.06.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation to read by grade 3 rate of improvement metrics as recommended by the Nevada Department of Education.
All right. So we have a motion by Trustee Church, a second by Trustee Westlake. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And so now that we've finished those items, we're going to welcome back in our wonderful friends, Mr. Vega and Mr. Peterson from the Northern Nevada Public Health Department. We're going to take a celebratory photo in honor of their fantastic donation of more than $247,000 for our battery-powered landscaping equipment. Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for that moment of patience. That closes that item, and now Section 2 in its entirety. And we will move on now to Section 3, our items for presentation, discussion, information, and or action. And the first item that we'll be opening is item 3.01. This is the public hearing regarding Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-018, a resolution of intent proposing the issuance of up to $200 million in general obligation bonds, additionally secured with pledged revenues, approved by the Board of Trustees on September 10th, 2024. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we have with us, or coming on up with all of his binders, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Mathers. Thank you for being with us. And now we will also be opening the public hearing on Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-018.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer for the record. This is a required public hearing required by Nevada revised statutes for the issuance of these what we call WC1 bonds, general obligation revenue supported bonds. As noted on September 10th, the board approved a resolution of intent that started a 90-day petition period for members of the public to consider signing a petition to put any bond issuance on the ballot. And the public hearing is part of that process. And so You've opened the public hearing. At this time, you would take public comment, and then we would close the public hearing.
Okay, seeing no lights on, JJ, can we please call for any public comment related to Board Resolution 24-018?
I have no cards.
All right, then I will bring it back to this body and close the public hearing on Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-018 and call for a motion. There's no motion? Well, that's the easiest one that we've done in a while. Okay.
I think you have.
All right, we have Trustee Woodley.
To approve?
I guess it turns out that we don't even need to do that, which is this. We clearly don't do these too often. No, we don't. Okay. Well, there you go, CFO Mathers. Thank you so much. All right, well, moving on now to item 3.02. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action of Mariposa Language and Learning Academy, known now as Mariposa, Charter School's proposal for a $6,800,000 expansion loan and review and possible approval of financing, facility, and land purchase options related to Mariposa's proposal and possible approval of an amendment to Mariposa's charter agreement related to facilities and enrollment expansion. This is an item for possible action. He didn't go far. We have our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, and we have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks.
All right. Good afternoon, President Smith and Superintendent Ertz, Board of Trustees. Yes, thank you. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. A little bit of background here as we get started. Mariposa has been a Washoe County School District sponsored charter for about the last 20 years. Currently, they service about 200 students. In August of 2022, Mariposa was proposing to purchase their existing property. District was ready to perform our due diligence, and Mariposa withdrew the proposal before we could do any analysis. As you may recall, in February of 2024, the board approved the expansion of 6th grade after our team had done the work and their due diligence. And at that point, district staff made the recommendation to the trustees to approve. Now, Mariposa is proposing a $6.8 million purchase of their existing property and the property across the street. Their purpose for this purchase is to build a new school, a new parking lot, and a drop-off area, and increasing their enrollment to over 300 students in the next 6 to 7 years. Mariposa needs to increase their enrollment and hit these numbers to cover the estimated debt of approximately $448,000 per school year.
So thank you. Mark Mathers again, Chief Financial Officer. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide with your indulgence, Madam President. As you can see, we have a requirement to review any and all property acquisition transactions, as well as any the entering of any loan or any other type of debt by one of our district-sponsored charter schools. And so that authority and requirement flows out of NRS 388A, as well as the charter agreements themselves, which are very specific about the district's requirement to review all of those transactions. And so why do we do that? Why does that requirement exist? I think it comes out of a realization that in many cases, not all, but in many cases, charter schools don't have the amount of fiscal staff, or sometimes even the level of fiscal staff the district does, due to the district's much larger enrollment. We also have much more recent and in many cases much greater experience when it comes to real estate transactions or debt transactions, and those are sometimes fast-moving markets with changes that come rapidly. And so I think the purpose of those requirements is, again, for the district to play a role in the review of those transactions given our greater experience. It is to provide a second set of eyes for those transactions. It is to allow for a healthy questioning of assumptions and key business points of those transactions to ensure that our district-sponsored charter schools, frankly, stay out of trouble. We want our charter schools to succeed. We want them to be here in the long term. And so, this requirement is consistent with that, where we would probe the transaction like we do internally, which I'll get into, ask the right kinds of questions to make sure these are fully vetted and thought through. It is not a check the box or rubber stamp process. There's a rigor and a diligence that's expected for our requirements to review the transaction, and we take those responsibilities as the oversight body for our district-sponsored schools seriously. As is noted in the second major bullet point, we use pretty much exactly the same process in reviewing Mariposa Academy's proposal as we did Coral Academy's proposal to add a third elementary school in Northwest Reno just 2 years ago. Not all of you, I think, were around for that process, but again, very vigorous process where we asked very serious questions. We asked the school to model 3 different enrollment scenarios, a full build-out scenario assuming they reached exactly their enrollment projections, a midpoint scenario, and then a no enrollment scenario. And so we did that exactly with Mariposa as well, and that's to allow us to model different scenarios. It doesn't mean we think one of those scenarios is necessarily more likely than the others, but you've kind of got to look at what could happen, not what you hope will happen. So again, I'll say, there's some diligence that goes on here, and there needs to be a respect for the roles of the two parties. We have a serious role and a serious obligation. And at times I felt like during this process, candidly, some folks lost sight of respect for those processes and roles. And sometimes it felt like our questions were perceived as adversarial. And they were not. Again, they were healthy questioning of assumptions that are made, probing of the transactions that come out of our own experiences issuing debt. And we've issued more than $700 million of debt since 2018. So we have a lot of experience in those areas. This, again, as Dr. Parks indicated in the prior slide, this proposal concerns long-term 30-year debt. It is a fixed obligation. After issuance of that debt and use of those proceeds, there's no ability for that agency to get out of that debt. It exists on the books no matter what happens. So if Mariposa reaches its full build-out enrollment scenario, great. But if they don't, there's no way to unravel that transaction and get out of paying that annual debt service, which is the case with our own debt, which is why we look at our own debt very seriously. As evidence of kind of our own internal vetting process, and just to kind of demonstrate to our audience and to the board that we walk the walk and we apply the same kind of rigorous analysis, we can look back to the 2 most recent elementary schools that we considered, Jaywood Raw and then the Stonebrook Elementary School. And Adam Searcy, myself, our staffs engaged in very vigorous analysis and conversations and disagreements at times about enrollment projections and the need for a school. In the case of Jaywood Raw, the recommendation was to proceed with a new school based primarily on overcrowding at Polaquitas Elementary School. But again, we looked at short, intermediate, and long-term enrollment projections when we considered whether a third school in the Monte Ranch area was necessary. And staff came back with a recommendation to pursue that school and use financing to pay for that school. Conversely, in the case of Stonebrook Elementary School, we again used the same exact process where we looked at short, intermediate, and long-term enrollment projections. We looked at the capacity in nearby schools, and in that case, staff did not recommend moving forward with Stonebrook Elementary School in the Spanish Springs area. That was a difficult analysis, challenging analysis. I know our board grappled with that decision too. But the point is that we engaged, again, in a very rigorous, unemotional, analytical process to consider alternatives and the consequences of whether or not we would meet those enrollment targets. So that's what we've done here, and I wanted to make sure that everyone kind of understood we've used the same processes with Mariposa that we did with Coral and ourselves. So I'm going to give a spoiler alert. As you can see from the staff report and the end of this PowerPoint deck, we are recommending approval of purchase of Mariposa Academy's property and an adjacent lot. So to me, the way I look at this, this is not a flat-out rejection of Mariposa's proposal to move forward with expansion. This is an intermediate step, and I'll explain the reasons why we come to this conclusion. But as Dr. Parks indicated in the prior PowerPoint slide, this is exactly what Mariposa asked or began asking the district to consider just 2 years ago. It was purchase of their existing property, and in this case, an adjacent lot. That positions them for future expansions. And I'll go into the why that recommendation is made, but it is done so that, again, we can set up that school for success. We believe this helps mitigate risk we see with a significant expansion that is being proposed. And we believe a phased or more incremental expansion makes more sense to reduce the risk to the school and to help ensure that the school stays in business for the long term. So getting into the financial analysis of the loan and what we did, we started off, as Dr. Parks indicated, the initial proposal was for a loan of $4.8 million. And that was intended to, again, purchase the land and facility, which is roughly $2 million, and then to finance the installation of modular buildings. So I want to make clear kind of what is, again, the ask. The ask is, by Mariposa Academy, is to double enrollment and double their square footage in basically 6 years. I've seen characterizations that this is a modest expansion. And candidly, I don't think a doubling of enrollment and a doubling of square footage is modest in the least. This is a significant proposed expansion that banks on the increased enrollment that is projected. So if Mariposa doesn't realize close to that projected enrollment at full build-out, which they've indicated they think they will reach by fiscal year 30, then there's financial issues there. They absolutely are banking on the greater enrollment to pay for the debt service on this loan. We've seen different numbers for that enrollment. We've seen 306, we've seen 328, we've seen 329, and we've seen 350. What we used, to be very clear, was Mariposa's own financial forecast documents that showed growth of 328 by fiscal year 30. In fiscal year 24, last school year, they had 162 students. So we're talking about more than doubling of that enrollment by fiscal year 30, or roughly 6 years. You will hear that their current enrollment is 193, which is true. How they got to 193, though, was the board's approval for 6th grade. 20 of the 31 additional students they saw between last school year and this year is due to that additional 6th grade. They saw 11 additional students from grades kindergarten through 5th grade this school year. But again, this is a significant expansion that is proposed, a doubling. So they started off with a request for a loan of $4.8 million. I will insert a fact here in the slideshow. In June of 2024, Mariposa Academy emailed district staff, including me, with 5 attachments. Those 5 attachments contradicted themselves. One attachment was a term sheet from April for $4.8 million. Other attachments showed a cost of $6.8 million. I'll be candid. I looked at the term sheet. I saw $4.8 million, so we continue to go down the road of assuming an expansion and a loan amount of $4.8 million. Nowhere was it said to me that we've changed the proposal to now contemplate a new permanent stick and brick mortar building, permanent building. That was nowhere articulated to me in a kind of an upfront discussion to say, hey, our loan amount's going up $2 million. Be apprised that we're now at $6.8 million. So part of that is me not seeing or noticing the disconnect between those documents, but I kind of feel like that's a pretty significant change, and I would hope that there would be a little bit more transparency about that change. Nevertheless, in July of 2024, we received a presentation from Mariposa's lender, EFF, and in there it was clear that the loan amount had increased to $6.8 million. And again, the language in that PowerPoint deck now indicated construction of a new permanent facility. I now understand in the last couple days that due to prevailing wage requirements, the school is now considering going back to modular buildings. So we've seen an evolution of the proposal, which is fine and fair, and that happens sometimes in kind of our own construction projects as we become aware of issues and there's cost issues and so forth. I just want to note part of the delay that you may hear about the district having generated in our review of documents was related to changes we saw. So when we see a $6.8 million loan instead of a $4.8 million loan, that necessarily requires us to do further analysis and update the analysis we did. Further, since spring, district staff had asked for a loan document, a loan agreement. That's, again, required for us to review and approve a loan agreement. And so we stressed we needed to see that. We needed to see the conditions for that and the covenants for that. We did not receive even a draft loan agreement until September. So again, I want to kind of give a view for you of the timeline. We had been talking to the schools since February, but we did not receive a loan agreement until September, nor did EFF actually provide credit approval for the transaction from their side until July. So up through July, their lender hadn't approved the loan anyhow. And then we didn't actually receive the loan agreement until September. You'll note there the loan agreement still doesn't include a quoted interest rate. We had discussions with the school about a interest rate cap. We haven't reached agreement on that. If the board decides to approve a transaction that includes purchase of the property and adjacent lot, we need to still work through that issue. And then in addition, we saw in the loan agreements there are a number of requirements that go beyond a straight loan. These requirements include requirements we see for tax-exempt bond financings. These are the bond financings we do and that you just approved in the prior item. And so we asked, why would there be bond covenants and requirements for the tax-exempt bonds when this is a straight loan? We continue to work through those issues with the school and their lender and trying to understand the ultimate disposition of the transaction. We think we know what it is, but there's probably some further clarifications needed there. So when we, again, look at any projection of a project financing, and I talk about that in the staff report, a project financing is one in which the ability to pay for that project is dependent on, certain future events happening. So again, it's banking on future revenues, whether it's visitors to a convention center or in this case, additional students. That's what this is, a project financing. So we asked the school, and they did provide 3 different scenarios. Again, full build-out scenario, a midpoint scenario, and a no-growth scenario. Again, we're not saying any of these scenarios will actually come to be, but they're important to review and look at when kind of ascertaining the level of risk to these kind of transactions. So again, Mariposa provided the scenarios, but what those scenarios showed after we made certain adjustments to the spreadsheet is that in a midpoint scenario, certainly the school would fail to be able to cover debt service. And that deficit rises based on the assumptions in Mariposa's spreadsheet. I want to make it clear we did not adjust any of the revenue assumptions in Mariposa's spreadsheet. We only adjusted for the additional debt service due to the larger debt amount, as well as we filled in some inflation assumptions that they hadn't applied to certain salaries and benefits scenarios. And then EFF in their PowerPoint presentation in July showed a buffer of 36 students. So again, the way we read that is, again, there's a projection at full build-out of 328 students. What they're saying is, if you subtract that by 38 students or 290 students, if Mariposa sees 291 students or less than that, they will not meet their bond covenants. They will not be able to cover their debt service. And so if their ultimate enrollment is 220, 240, 270, 290, financially they don't have the current operating revenues to support that debt, which then can lead into a default of the debt, which then ultimately usually means bondholders, if this is securitized in a future conduit bond financing, would have the rights to that property. So it gets pretty serious. And that's the point of our concern. This is a serious transaction that includes risk and significant risk to the school. I would further point out that in fiscal year 23, the school's general fund surplus was $17,000. In fiscal year 24, school staff indicated a surplus of $30,000 in their general fund. So things are pretty tight, and that's fine. They're using the resources to educate children, which is what you want. But those are pretty tight surpluses in the general fund when you think about close to a $450,000 debt service payment. So those are some of the issues that we looked at when we considered financial analysis. So when we talk about, and in the staff report you see our concerns, we are concerned about such an ambitious expansion proposal. We have asked questions attempting to find ways to mitigate the risk to the school. Perhaps that's not appreciated, and I understand people get excited and passionate about future plans. Again, the way I look at this is we're not saying no to those future plans forevermore. We're saying there is an interim step that we feel is an appropriate step at this time that mitigates risk and that allows and positions the school to apply for future expansions. So it's a phased approach that we think helps significantly reduce risk to the school, allows them to stay in business and continue to exist. Some of those risks include, and we went into this in the staff report, the declining birth rates in Washoe County and nationwide. Every major school district we talk to is suffering from falling enrollment, and that's based on a continuously declining birth rate. We have not plateaued yet on where that birth rate is going. In Washoe County, due to the unaffordability of housing, it's even more exacerbated. We know we have folks from California, retirees from California that move here with no kids, and we also have seen a number of younger workers move into the region for all the construction projects in the area. They don't have kids, and so we do have evidence that they are displacing younger families who now have to live in Fernley and Fallon. And so we kind of noted that in the staff report. As a result of those declining birth rates and unaffordability of housing in Washoe, we have seen a combined decline in combined enrollment in Washoe over the last 5 years. When we add enrollment in private, public, and charter schools and track it over the last 5 years, we've seen a decline of 2%. And it continues, that decline continues. So we, again, haven't bottomed out. And that's a real concern when you're talking about a doubling of expansion of enrollment in the face of declining enrollment. And Mariposa justifiably is proud of many of their metrics and their ability to retain students, and we noted that in the staff report as a credit positive comment of EFF and ourselves. but we do have concerns about that falling enrollment. We've had a couple experiences in the last 5 years of charter schools not being able to meet their projected enrollment targets, and we went into that in the staff report. And again, I realize Mariposa is a unique school. All of our charters are unique schools, but I can't ignore 2 data points we have over the last 5 years in analyzing the transaction. Also add something I didn't include in the staff report, and that is that on our books, we plan to modernize and upgrade schools in this area. And that includes Pine Middle School, that will be elementary school. And so that will be a fully modernized new school right in that neighborhood. We've seen when we build new schools, oftentimes enrollment actually is higher at those schools than we anticipated. So that is a factor when you consider expansion of a school. You know, there may be competition for those students. It may change the equation. We don't know. We can't say anything with certainty, but again, we would outline these as risks. So, you know, I've already done the spoiler alert, but we have reached a conclusion that we feel in the best interest of Mariposa that a phased incremental expansion makes sense. That greatly reduces their risk. If they go step by step, they can get to the same place, but not go out, you know, over their skis, maybe, with a full doubling of square footage and expansion in one shot. This would allow them, our recommendation, which I'll go into the next slide, is that, again, we propose approval of purchase of their property and an adjacent lot. That, by our calculations, will actually save them money compared to their current lease. So that's obviously a positive development. And again, this will position them well into the future. I know it may be disappointing for advocates of that school, and I know there's many of them in the audience, that they can't get totally to where they want to be, you know, within the next year to 2. And I understand that. I will say, based on, again, recent communications, that they're now considering modular buildings instead of a permanent structure. That allows even more so for a phased expansion. Modular buildings are modular. So they could come back to the district in the future with a request to consider that as they see that increase to their students. So again, our recommendation is to approve an alternative recommendation for a loan, roughly in the neighborhood of $2 to $3 million. That includes cost of issuance, to buy their property, buy an adjacent property, and set them up for success. You know, I know that an analysis of risk sometimes is in the eye of the beholder, and there's no magical calculator I can put that risk into and give you a number. I just, you know some of the recent experiences we've had and some of the concerns and risks that we see, and so that's what we've noted in the staff report. This was a full team effort of the district. This involved, you know, many departments, including Dr. Parks, mine, Adam Searcy's. This is the recommendation that we're making. It's kind of a compromise, I guess, recommendation, if you will. But again, it's done in the eye of mitigating risk to the school and allowing a phased approach, which we are most comfortable with, especially in light of kind of the changing proposal we see. And when things are solidified, whether it's modular buildings or permanent building, again, the school can come back and apply for an enrollment expansion, and we will go through that analysis and we will bring that back to the board, you know, in due course after we receive that application. So that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, so a heads up to our Mariposa team that our board may have questions for you as well, or for both the staff we have here or also for you. This does not count towards your 3 minutes, but I will ask that if you come up and you choose amongst yourselves, administrators only, that you answer just the question. So what I'm going to ask of my colleagues, and this is the format we typically follow, so this is not terribly unusual for this group, is prior to public comment, we ask clarifying questions. That is really important. It's really important that we ask the clarifying questions that we have. One, because it also helps those watching to know, what are we thinking? And what are the things that we might need additional information on? And I've always been a believer that the questions that a board asks can also affect what people may decide to share in public comment as well too. And so that's what I'll ask my colleagues to do, is to stick with neutral and objective questions as we clarify certain points. And I do see Clerk Rodriguez's lights on, but I do want to start with one, because I have a few. And I'll start with the team, and then when I need a clarification or a perspective from Mariposa, I'll invite that up, and then any of the trustees will as well too. And again, just keeping it to neutral, objective questions. So I'll start by saying I actually see this as two separate items. Like, there's a request for a loan, and then there's a request for an expansion. And so I'll focus first on the expansion. We just voted unanimously to expand Mariposa just a few months ago, and that was a 20% increase for Mariposa. So my question is, when did we exactly become aware of the intent that this growth would be over 100%? Because we just recently did an expansion request for them. Did we not know at the time that the loan they were looking to acquire? Because I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, if the intent for Mariposa was to expand to more than double its size when we just did this a few months ago, why was this not the question then?
So I believe Mariposa first approached district staff in late 2023 with the concept of a doubling of square footage. I wasn't involved and didn't receive communication on that until late January. And then we started meeting in February of 2024. So I hope that helps answer your question.
And so, and in Mariposa, just know I'm going to have you come up to answer the same thing. The part two is, can you confirm in watching the timeline? And by the way, for everybody that's watching, I have printed out all the things. I have highlighted all the things. I have been reviewing all the things. Can we confirm, or can you confirm, that it was when the loan changed from the 4.8 to the 6.8 that we became aware at that time that the new loan Mariposa was looking to acquire involved a very large, like definitively involved a very large enrollment increase?
No, Mark Mathers for the record. No, as clarification, at least in my initial discussions with the school, I understood their desire to double their enrollment. They intended initially to do that with the construction of modular buildings, and then that did change to a permanent building in June or July. But both scenarios, I think, contemplate enrollment of 328 or so students.
All right, so Team Mariposa, my first same question to you. We just did this. We just did an expansion of 20% for Mariposa that passed. So I'm curious, if the intent all along was to double by more than 100%, why didn't we have that conversation when we just did this?
Jenny Hunt for the director, for the record, not the director. Thank you, trustees. We appreciate your time today. So to echo what Mr. Mathers has shared, we started reaching out in 2022 about the potential request. Mr. Mathers and Mr. Starkey were involved in that engagement at that time about the possible expansion. At that time, we were not provided any kind of succession of steps of how to go about that. And then given kind of the dynamic dynamic of the time of financial availability, we did not press further. And then exactly as Mr. Mathers stated, and in the document you have received, in August of 2023, we began asking for very clear guidelines of how to request this expansion that we were looking for. We were unable to garner any kind of clarity around what would be requested, and so we continued that conversation for many, many months. And then you'll see in your packet that in January, we did a formal request through, at the time, Superintendent McNeil's office, and codified in that request exactly the expansion that we've kind of talked about, the expansion of doubling the size, additional buildings, and then at that time, if I recall correctly, there were some email correspondence about kind of teasing those two requests apart, meaning the sixth grade addition and the long-term expansion, and were those contingent. And then that is where we were directed by district leadership that those would be two separate situations, and we followed suit.
Okay, that's helpful. But Mariposa in the district do know how to go about asking for an expansion before the action happens. We just did that with sixth grade. So we have previously followed a process where the request came in, the district and the board considered it, it was voted on, and then any actions that followed from there followed after an approval for an expansion.
You are absolutely correct, President Smith. We submitted documentation per what we thought that we needed to provide. We were not aware of any clear guideline of the expectations of deliverables to be able to navigate that process. And so you're right, we did submit information. We were able to be successful in that request, but the documentation or the clarity around deliverables that were requested, number one, and number two, we followed what district staff guided us to do in that January and split those things into two.
All right, and while I have you, and then I'll go to my next colleague. So I admit, again, reading all the things, I don't even understand exactly what enrollment is even really being asked of the board, because there are so many different numbers out there. What exactly? So, and also just want to make sure that everybody knows, regardless of how it is described, at the end of the day, there is a request for a very specific action. So however those things come to pass over a period of years is, I wouldn't say irrelevant, but what the board is being asked is a concrete thing, a number. Admittedly, I am not sure I know what that number is, because even in the materials from Mariposa, I see so many different numbers. So can you clarify
Yes, I can.
what exactly is Mariposa asking for in its enrollment?
Yes, thank you so much for asking. As you are aware, our charter does not identify an enrollment number. It identifies grades served. And your responsibility as a sponsoring agency and our responsibility as a charter school in making this request is to prove feasibility. And so while I hear what you're saying about those numbers, and they seem to really kind of be, there's so many of them, I can say that we ran, I think, 7 different scenarios on 7 different spreadsheets. And so our proposal is really a floor to meet our debt service coverage. And so our floor is that our request is that we would enroll 25 additional students per year for the next 5 years to meet our goal for 2 classes per grade level at the peak, if you will, or the finality of our expansion. That is a floor, because the reality is, you all know, students in a public school, you get 25 in one class, 27 in another class, and those numbers fluctuate.
Okay, but I'm going to ask again, what is Mariposa asking for its enrollment? Like, I would personally be benefited from a number, because in reading all the materials, I'm seeing numbers that vary anywhere from 300 to 350. And so I just truly am not exactly clear.
So President Smith asking me to give you an exact number would not be a realistic expectation for today. The exercise that we engaged in was to show feasibility. And again, we provided a floor of 25 students, enrolling additional 25 students per year over the next 5 years, and that meets our debt service coverage in one scenario. One of our team members will kind of talk to that scenario, unless you'd like him to talk about that now. But that is our floor for meeting debt coverage.
All right, so if I'm hearing it correctly, that would be the goal, but that's just the floor. Like, you could take it to any ceiling. So there isn't really a specific number that's being asked. It's the floor is to manage the debt coverage, but we're not actually even identifying how high you would go.
Jenny Hunt for the record. So there are guidelines according to class size, as you are aware, and also candidly, our goal is not to overfill classes and underserve students. And so while I do hear what you're saying, we would be happy to provide any additional data for the many scenarios that we ran, and not one of them exceeded 28 students. So floor 25, I would say candidly ceiling 28, which is our approximate current enrollment on average now.
Okay, and that maybe helps explain why the numbers are so varied in all of the materials. All right, thank you so much. That was very helpful for me to get us started. And then I saw Clerk Rodriguez's light on first.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is for our Chief Financial Officer, or actually maybe even legal. Through this process, has everything been done in accordance with applicable NRS and NACs?
Well, we're following NRS in terms of analyzing and considering the proposal, and it's granular really as it gets. It said you shall do this, and that's what we've done, and brought back to you our analysis that this is not complete and feasible. And
Okay,
that's
I guess
what we're required to do.
Question was more from from district staff experience. Has this charter school done everything within the law?
So our level of review does not necessarily encompass all aspects of the law. So I will give you an example. For the proposed expansion, we have schematic drawings only. We don't have actual plans and specs. So I can't, there's an example of, I can't tell you that the building is, architectural drawings are compliant with law. We're not there yet. All we have are schematic drawings, and even that kind of came late in the process. So I'm not trying to duck your question, but there are aspects of this that I can't definitively say comply with law. As far as I know, everything they've proposed, if approved by the board, would conform with law.
Okay, and I guess at what point in this process can one of you tell me that this started getting wonky? I mean, so I'm partially sympathetic to this situation right now, large in part because we've had 3 different administrations in less than a year. So I'm trying to. My next question is going to be for them to be like, has this been consistent? Because if it's been approached 3 different ways, I can understand and sympathize why. So I guess at what point can you tell me to start kind of going a little different? Yeah.
I think your first question, if I understand correctly, was whether or not the district complied with the NRS and the NACs, and specifically NRS 388.279 specifically talks about an amendment to a charter, and it specifically says that if you are seeking to acquire an additional facility in any county of the state to expand enrollment of the charter school, you must get approval by the sponsor, which is you all. And so that is the process that we've gone through. And then we are required to do a feasibility study of that request and determine whether or not we think it's feasible, as Mark pointed out, because we have the expertise, is why the statutes are set up that way.
Okay.
So I hope that answers at least the first question that you asked, and I think you also asked about the paperwork that came in and things of that nature.
Yeah, not so much. I have faith that our district staff's doing things legally as possible. I guess it's more or less, do we have any legal concerns that perhaps this charter school hasn't?
There are different NRS that govern charter schools than there are for public schools. So, for example, we asked, so a public school cannot enter into a loan in and of itself. It would need to be evidenced by a bond. So there's an example where we asked, hey, we just see a loan. Is this compliant with law? Because we can't do that. And their legal team opined that they can. And I believe they would get an opinion to that effect before the transaction's consummated. So we've asked the questions when they've surfaced or as we probe the transaction. I have not seen anything yet that would indicate they're violating the law. So I'll just say it that way.
Okay. And I guess like right now, do they have a loan secured for their expansion, like through a bank, or maybe that's a question for?
I mean, they have credit approval from, I think it's Equitable Facilities Fund. Part of that funding from EFF comes from the State Infrastructure Bank, a small part. And so they do have credit approval to proceed. However, district approval of the loan agreement's required for execution of that loan. And that's kind of the stage we're at. We have to approve their loan before they can enter into the loan.
Okay. And maybe for charter, I kind of want to piggyback off of President Smith, because I'm not sure how I'm going to be voting, I'll be honest. But I am alarmed by the cap number of staff, students. I mean, like, sorry, not sorry. Like, I feel like compelled that you should give us a number of how many students you're planning to serve.
Absolutely.
Please.
Jenny Hunt for the record. Thank you so much. All great questions. Do you want me to go back to your legal question first, or how do you want me to?
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
I'd love to hear your side. I mean,
okay.
I'm
What I will say is that Mariposa has done the best of our ability to comply with the requests with from Washoe County School District, dating all the way back to August of 2023. If you will just refer back to NRS, specifically to 388A 223 Section D. It specifically says the sponsoring agency should have a procedure for amending a charter contract and the criteria for determining whether a request for such an amendment will be approved. As I shared prior, the reason why I say we did the best that we could is we never were able to acquire a procedure for amending a charter contract. So as early as August of this last couple of months, when we inquired again in a meeting with legal counsel, we were told that a clear checklist procedure does not exist, and that there's a differentiation model based on the school that applies. So I tell you that we complied to the best of our ability. We provided as much information as often as possible. You will see that in your timeline. We were very transparent in the beginning. In August, there's an email that was very clear that we would be purchasing 2 parcels. That has always been in our lease option to buy for at least the last 13 years. We provided the team with numbers that, yes, agreed, range from adding 25 students to the enrollment annually to 28 students annually. So that's maybe where you're seeing that fluctuation. And we agree with you. There have been lots of moving parts. And there have definitely been different contact personnel for us to communicate with over the last 11 months.
Okay. Fair. Student, I mean, this is where I have to agree with President Smith. I mean, 350, 500. I mean, no, I mean, like,
yeah.
I would love to hear, what is your cap? Like, what is the most?
Do you want, okay, sorry. Do you want him to talk to the finance?
I think it has to be.
Okay, it's 325 students is what we have proposed. 2 classes per grade level, 25 students each
So
at full capacity.
325. Okay, thank you. Thank you, President.
Before you go, so here's the thing though, is in your own paperwork, your EFF lender says it's 350. I mean, it's in the materials you sent us. So they're basing the loan off of 350.
So they ran multiple different scenarios also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so that just goes to show that I read all the things. We were
Good
reading all
job.
the
A
things.
plus, President Smith. Way to go.
We'll go with Trustee Westlake, and then Trustee Woodley, and then I see Vice President Mayberry as well.
Okay, thank you, President Smith. So I've got a lot of questions. Well, not a lot, but there's some. I guess the first question I would have, well, first I have to say it seems like the cart is going in front of the horse here. 'Cause I'm thinking maybe we need to approve an expansion, get that out of the way, and then approve a loan amount that we feel comfortable with the expansion we approve. But that's just me. Are we talking about a new building, or are we talking about modulars? Because if we're talking about modulars, how many modulars are we talking about? And that'll lead into my next question.
We have not received that detail from the school, and again, from what I've read, it started with modular buildings, then it went to a permanent building, and now it's back to modulars. But I think that question should be directed to the school.
Okay. Ms. Hunt.
Look at a workout today. Jenny Hunt for the record. If you look back in the kind of succession timeline of communication, what we shared verbally in communication with Washoe County School District staff, as well as in our documentation, a couple of things. We do see your question as well about kind of succession of events. That's why we really were looking for that kind of protocol so that we could make sure that we clarified and provided all deliverables. And then likewise, we also shared on multiple occasions that we were looking for the most fiscally responsible model to use for building. So you'll see in multiple documents that it does talk about possible modulars, possible stick built. We were really looking into any way of that expansion that would really be fiscally responsible and ensuring that we used our dollars to the highest yield that are public dollars. So to date, we have two different options, one that is stick built, one that is modular. The modular proposal is definitely more affordable. And then likewise, what I would say is that the question about stick built versus modular has come into play. We also, full transparency, were unsure about how far we could move in the process and asked repeatedly for direction because we did not want to get too far into the process like some of our colleagues in other schools had unintentionally engaged in and then had overstepped their bounds and their level of authority to make decisions. So we cautiously have been gathering lots of different information to make sure that we tried to stick within the procedure and the boundaries that we saw fit.
Okay. I appreciate all of that, but I'm trying to think as a good steward of your financial feasibility and a good steward of us looking out for you and your students. So that's why I'm trying to get a handle on exactly what we're talking about here, because we've got apples and oranges. And then my next question.
Trustee, can I add on to that really quickly? So we use the footprint or the conceptual drawing to gather both quotes. So it would always be 7 classrooms and office space that would be our expansion. So there wasn't one that was superior to the other. We were looking for the same expansion model, but just in different ways.
Okay, so 7 modulars.
So interestingly
Roughly.
enough, these days, they do pull them in, they bring them in as separate pieces. But our most recent information that we received is that they would pull in, I think, 14 different, they call them floors. I've learned a lot. Floors, and then put them together to make those 7 classrooms and office space.
Okay.
So it's not like what we are currently entertaining is not like a portable trailer, if you will, that has 2 classrooms and we pull that in and that is a standalone. This is really a building pulled together with modular components.
Okay. And then the other thing, my concern in not being an educator, coming from an educator's background, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. It doesn't matter how many students in my head. It's, 25 students, 30 students, 35 students, but you can't pick what grade those students are. So now you've got, because you don't have those students, it's not like you actually know what grade level these students are and exactly how many you have. But now you have 7 classrooms. Let's just say 7 classrooms, but you might get 25 6th graders and 5 pre-K, or 15 first graders, 10 second graders.
So to answer,
we just don't know what this loan is being based on, because we know it's students, but we don't know which students, what grade level.
it's based on 25 students per grade level. So if you take an average, just as you budget or plan, we're a public school, so we have 4 additional kindergartners show up, and they have a sibling that's in 2nd grade. So we would provide them a seat in that 2nd grade class. And so that's the power of the charter law, is really for innovation. And so as a sponsoring agency, we appreciate your attention to that. But like you do on a daily basis, I'm guessing, in Washoe County School District, you have to make adjustments for enrollment, and you have a base that you make your budget and your plan on, and then you adjust accordingly to the students who come to get their public education.
Okay. What if you get like 4th and 3rd graders, just 4th and 3rd graders? How are you going to make that work? Are you going to combine classes?
Great
what are
question.
you going to do?
So we can do all of those things. We could have combined classes. What you'll also see in our model is it's a gradual release model over 5 years. And so the goal would be that we increase enrollment in kindergarten, the first kindergarten, first grade, those first 2 years. Those students roll up, and that class size is already secured, and then we enroll the next kindergarten class. And then they roll up, and we enroll the next kindergarten class. And I can provide you some data if you want that now, or I can wait till my public comment. Our mobility rate at Mariposa is 1.9%. And just kind of for conceptual understanding, the average in the local area is 19%, 19.8%, and the state is 25.7%. So what drove us to this, or what supported this gradual release model, is that our data says that when students come to Mariposa, they stay at Mariposa. And so that's why we plan for that. Exactly what you're talking about is we start with that first grade or that kindergarten expansion, and then they roll up.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, let's go to Trustee Woodley.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I apologize, Ms. Hunt. I know you just walked away. But I think it's important for us to know exactly which route we're going, whether it's with the stick-built or the modulars, because I'm assuming that there is a significant difference with the cost I think it would be very helpful for us to know what is the concrete total that we're looking at. I'm assuming if we're going with modulars, we're probably no longer looking at the 6.8, but rather a smaller amount than that or a reduced amount. Am I correct in my assumption?
Thank you so much for the question, Jenny Hunt, for the record. Trustee Woodley, I wish that construction was seeing a decline in cost, but unfortunately it is not. And so it does not change the loan of the amount of the loan. Really what it does is just changes what we are able to purchase and support. So an example is if we were going to build a stick-built building, we would barely get those 7 classes and an office space that has a secured point of entry, right? But with modular units, we can build the classrooms, an office space with a teacher workroom, and a multi-purpose space that does not currently exist for our learners at Mariposa. So it just ensures that we're able to provide a more comprehensive model or more comprehensive building, if you will, and I don't have to compromise the space.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you, but I do have for Mr. Mathers. Mr. Mathers, I read the report, and it stated that currently Mariposa indicates that they do not provide OPEB. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly?
That's right.
But it is possible for them to do in the future, and at that time that would be of impact to the district if there were any OPEBs based on due to a forced closure or them having to close.
That's right. If the school chose to offer other post-employment benefits, which is most commonly health insurance for retirees, and if the school had to close, per state regulation that's very clear, the district as the sponsor of the charter school would have to pay those costs, which is in fact what we do when it comes to I Can Do Anything charter school. I get a monthly bill for those OPEB costs.
Okay. Is there an option to get around that? Is there a way for there to be, whether it's a stipulation that prior to the school offering OPEB that it would have to receive approval by the district, or is there a possibility of a hold harmless to the school district with regards to that risk, for lack of a better term?
Great question. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think a hold harmless clause would work because, again, state regulations are very clear that as the sponsor, we're financially responsible for those costs going forward in a closure scenario. I'm looking at Neil and maybe Sarah that I think there could be a possibility of writing into their charter that the offering of other post-employment benefits would require the approval of the district. I think that's possible, but I'm looking to the attorneys for some validation.
I got it. Yeah, yes, we can write that into a charter agreement. We could do that, but we'd have to make it specific to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
But that's not the issue today. Right, yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone's clear about that.
I'm going to stay over on this side of the dais. Trustee Church.
Thank you. And again, we're at the clarifying question status, so I'm going to try to, doesn't mean I'm done. People aren't off the hook. And Director Hunt, if you would step forward, because I think you're going to some of these questions. My initial, and again, I waited till the end, a lot of he said, she said. And I think it's undeniable that there's a little animosity. And I'm trying to drill down. And as early as this morning, when I woke up, there were more documents in my in basket on this subject. So this is very difficult for us as non-experts to drill through. Again, especially this morning, I got more stuff that came in. You have 200 approximately students, and you have a waiting list. So right now you're full.
Correct.
And granted, waiting lists aren't binding. People can change their mind. But you do have a waiting list of, can you tell us like how many?
So just in correlation to our proposal, I think it would be best I stick with exactly those numbers because there's a lot of information. But we currently have 30 students that are enrolled in our kindergarten class, and we have 14 on the waiting list. And we currently in a preschool class that has a different class size. So I'm going to first clarify that. So, because there's a lot of numbers, we have 23 students in that class and 44 on the waiting list. And the reason why I provide those with you is that those would then matriculate or move into those potential kindergarten and first grade classes.
And having visited the academy, it's essentially low income. Would that be correct?
The students that we currently serve are noted as demographic information as 100% free and reduced lunch, 95% Hispanic, and 30% of our students are identified as English language learners. And statistically, about 70% of them were either English language learners at one point in their educational career or current English language learners. And they have exited, but they still are identified as EVER, EL, when you aggregate the data for statistic purposes.
So I'll word this kind of carefully, but you've taken on a niche that's a challenge. You've taken on a demographic, and I'm a Spanish speaker, and I realize how difficult the two languages are. You've taken on a demographic that's a real educational challenge. Would that be kind of a good way to phrase it?
Trustee Church, we are a public charter school, so any learner can come and be a part of our school. What has happened in our enrollment, as depicted in our data, is that yes, there is a demographic of learner that is currently enrolled, but we do not pick and choose. We are a public school, and students who come to the door to wanting to have their educational opportunity there, that is what they are able to do.
Okay, now let me transition. This is probably for Mr. Mathers, but you're not off the hook yet because this might go back and forth. A comment first. I've said many times how fortunate we are to have Mr. Mathers, and I say that because I mean it. Your expertise is off the chart. And I recognize, and this isn't disrespectful, but in my political watchdog career, I've attended so many hearings for different agencies, and they're not all blessed with you or your staff. Other small agencies, I've talked to Superintendent Hurst about one just off the cuff that's going to be looked at tomorrow. But, not everybody's got that, expertise and time and staff and everything else. So I need to cut Mariposa a little bit of slack, that they're doing the best they can. The intent, I think, is to do the best they can. I don't think anybody's trying to cheat anybody or be disingenuous. That it's a very complicated subject. On that issue, something just came up minutes ago that legal opined on that scares the heck out of me. We're responsible for OPEB post-retirement benefits for the charters. I don't want to put any seeds in anybody's mind. This scares the heck out of me. A charter could be on bad financial ground, grant incredible benefits to retirees, and the next day go out of business. And I see you nodding your head. We just let the cat out of the bag. But
that's in today's world, that's absolutely possible. And again, state regulations are clear that when a district sponsors a charter and they close, that district is financially responsible for those OPEB payments through the end of time.
Holy, okay. Based on we've had meetings, I've read the documents, I've done the best I can. What this boils down to is now they would own the land, maybe property values go up and they could sell it for a huge profit and everybody's happy. But if things the worst case scenario, aside from OPEB, the worst case scenario for the school district is we would assume the liability for, can you kind of fill in that blank?
Really, we have no liability for the loan. We've never thought we did. Our attorneys have ensured inclusion of language that would protect us. So in a default situation, there would be no recourse against the district. As you say, you know, the school or a successor entity could sell that property. Or again, if the loan is securitized as part of a future conduit bond issuance, typically to gain a decent credit rating, those bondholders would have recourse to seize the land and use it for whatever purpose they choose. So to summarize, the district does not have any liability for this loan.
How about PERS? Remember from our briefing, we had...
Yeah, there's a concern I have that given state regulations that require us to cover unemployment insurance and OPEB, it's a small jump to the state promulgating a regulation that requires us to pay PERS for those employees as well. That does not exist today, but that's a possibility in the future that concerns us.
So what I'm hearing, though, is I understand the back and forth and the rules about we have to review it, but if we approve it, it goes totally sideways. We are on the hook for very little, assuming there's no post-retirement benefits. What are we on the hook for?
So again, unemployment insurance costs and potentially pension retirement costs, which are significant. Really, we're not looking at this primarily for the protection of the district, although that's certainly important, and we do everything we can to limit the liability to the district. As the oversight body for the school, again, we bring experience that they may not have, and we engaged in what I'd consider very healthy questioning of assumptions. And where we're at is we just want to reduce that risk to the school to minimize the possibility that they go too far, overextend in the face of declining enrollment countywide, in the face of potential recession or any other number of events, and that they incrementally consider future expansion so as to limit the possibility that they go into default and become insolvent. And we think a phased approach has very little drawbacks, but it protects that school from getting over their skis and finding themselves in an overextended situation, which is a classic reason why businesses go out of business,
Sure.
Right? So it really is our recommendations based on that oversight responsibility and how we look at enrollment and how risk averse we are when we consider our own debt, and applying that risk averse approach here so as to,
if I can interrupt,
so as to guarantee as best we can that school continues to exist.
Sure. But getting back to, we're not on the, I get PERS. So PERS is paid for by the state. The city of Reno is basically off the hook other than my OPEBs.
No,
What do you
mean? Our PERS costs are in excess of $50 million a year. We pay the PERS contribution rate for our employees, with some exceptions, 33.5% for general employees and close to 50% for public safety.
Okay.
We pay it.
Yeah, I get it. I get that. But I'm retired from the city of Reno. The city of Reno doesn't pay any money anymore. It's the state, right?
Well, you get your PERS check from the state, but we are paying for the long-term costs, our long-term pension of all of our employees. How that's allocated is very complicated, but no, we continue to pay your pension costs because the state's pension system is underfunded. Right. It is not totally funded, so we are paying for pension costs of all of our existing and then in future employees for the long term.
I'm going to swerve us a little bit
Yeah, I'm trying
closer.
to-
We're in like a history lesson on contributions,
I didn't
which
mean
is
to go there.
no one is certainly not your fault, but I'm just going to ask. Remember, we're asking clarifying questions about this. So far, really, really good.
I'm almost
but
done, yeah.
No worries. We're just going to stay closer to this. Thank you.
So clarifying, if we say no today, is there some legal appeal process? Like State Department of Ed, I mean, not legally, I'm not talking about lawsuits.
No, not that I see in the NRS or NAC. We're unaware of any. No.
Okay. And does the State Department of Ed have any say-so in any of this?
No, this is the Board of Trustees' decision. Again, the recommendation, I don't view it as a no. I view it as a partial yes to buy their property.
Yeah, and I'm going to interject because I really need to get Superintendent Ernst's voice in this because technically it's his recommendation. And so I really want to clarify give him the opportunity to clarify exactly what his recommendation is because it's not a no.
Thank you, President Smith. Ms. Hunt, thanks for being here. Thanks for answering the questions. Appreciate that. Mark and Troy, appreciate your insights as well. There's a couple of things. I think one right now is, there was maybe a comment earlier about some animosity. I think really what it's been is an objective exchange of information, trying to get accurate analysis. And the communication that I've been a part of have all been very professional, well-reasoned communications. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that. I really think that it's been very professional discourse, and I appreciate everybody's approach to that. Number two is, remember, we're not saying no today. We're talking about an incremental expansion. Mr. Mathers explained what that would be. It's just we're not going for the entirety of the loan. So I just want to just kind of come back and just make sure that we realize it's not a straight no. It's an incremental yes. Perhaps that's a way of restating it.
May I add on, Superintendent Ernst? I appreciate that. I also would like to add in that while we appreciate that information and that idea, we can share with you that idea is really not financially feasible. And when you look at the risk factors that were previously identified, really engaging in a model where we get a small loan at $2 million at a high interest rate that's variable really puts us in a more financial risk, ironically, than borrowing a low interest rate loan, $6.8 million fixed with a capacity to enroll. We don't have the space right now for enrollment purposes to increase our enrollment, number one. Number two, to get a smaller loan, we would have to engage with a loan at the interest rate of approximately 10%. We have the data that we researched for you in preparation for this meeting. If you'd like those exact specifics, we can do that. Additionally, a loan that would not be from EFF with this consortium of support, and that's why I sent you that email this morning, is so it is complex for sure, so that you could see that I'm a visual person, so the graphic organizers were very helpful. Would put us in a place that we would have to put 25% down, which is $250,000. We currently have a fund balance of approximately $700,000. There seems to be somewhere lost in translation about our fund balances. We just ended last year with a fund balance of an excess of $100,000. But mind you, that would deplete those dollars, that fund balance, and really not put us on a trajectory for expansion for a very long period of time, and really would have the alternative effect of stifling. And we appreciate the thought and the idea around that. We shared with Dr. Parks last week, and he even said at the meeting, wow, I learned a lot today, right? And so while that sentiment and that outreach is very much appreciated, it is just it's not financially feasible to truly expand our enrollment seats.
So as a point of clarification, and you actually touched on something, but the loan program, which is a loan program that I think is really wonderful from the state, they wouldn't respect the school you are now and the newly expanded school and loan you money? Like I guess I'm confused as to why, like, you are recently expanded with their great terms. Are they pushing you? Because like, I guess I'm a little bit lost with what you said, that you wouldn't qualify for a loan based on the newly expanded school you are now, and the only way to make this solvent would be to more than double your enrollment. So the loan program isn't willing, the state's loan program isn't willing to honor the size you are now and loan you money?
No, that's not the case. Sorry,
Okay.
that was a misrepresentation or misinterpretation. So this has nothing to do with what the loan isn't driving us. Mariposa has been in existence for 20 plus years. Jesse and Estella Gutierrez were the founders. Estella was hoping to be here today. And really for 20 years, the vision has always been for expansion. So this isn't a new goal. This isn't something that's being driven by EFF or by an outside model. The goal for expansion has always existed. This is the first time in the history of the school that a viable and feasible option for charter school capital funding has become available. And it is the wish of our board, after 20 years of existence of the school, to make that vision come to fruition by engaging in this loan.
But you could possibly get a loan based on the school size you are now.
We would have to go back to the drawing board and see if the lending team at EFF, if that was feasible for them. As we all know, it has to be feasibility on both sides.
But that was never pursued to the newly expanded school that you are now.
Our proposal has always been to expand our enrollment.
Okay. Trustee Church, I know you had some more, and then I'm going to acknowledge the wildly patient two colleagues that are over here to my right. You
Are
will
you
have
left-handed?
all the time. Well, they're to my right. Yeah. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Final question. And I think I remember this, but I just want to verify. The school district gets what's called WC1 capital project money for building. Am I correct? They're not eligible to apply for that.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I will also point out, though, as an important clarification, that all charters are privately owned buildings. And so our buildings through WC1 are public assets, whereas theirs, and that's just the way. That's not good. That's not bad. It is
Totally.
just,
That's
it's
the
their
facts.
privately held assets. So there you go. Okay. I do have one other very quick question before I pass it over to Vice President Mayberry, and that's a question for council. Can you remind me, or can you clarify exactly what the responsibility is of the board in terms of the plans, or when we're in a position to approve or deny, knowing that so much of this is still coming together in real time while we're getting questions answered? And so I need clarification, please, as to what our actual NRS responsibility is.
Yeah, okay. So let's start with 388.366, paragraph 1K, which specifically says that a charter cannot spend public money to purchase real property or buildings without the approval of the sponsor, which is you. Then what it says, so I don't know if you can all get to 388A.279, but if you can, it would be easier. 388A.279. Thank you, JJ. 388A.279. Yes, sir. JJ is going to pull it up. Okay, so here's what you're looking at. Is what this says is that so let's start with subparagraph 1, which says that the Board of Trustees of a school district, we could ignore all the other folks, which sponsor a charter school may hold a public hearing concerning any request to amend a charter contract of the charter school it sponsors, including without limitation a request to amend a charter contract for the purposes of. So then let's just jump down to subparagraph D. D, so we're looking at 1D, seeking to acquire an additional facility in any county of this state to expand enrollment of the charter school. So I think we've heard enough testimony that that's what's being considered here. Now, interestingly enough, and it's kind of an inverse analysis the way the statutes are written, but if you were to look at subparagraph 3, it specifically only applies, so now we're at, excuse me, not subparagraph, but paragraph 3, it specifically only applies to a charter amendment related to D and E. So we are still under D, right? So the Board of Trustees of the school district, as applicable, must deny a request to amend a charter contract in the manner described in paragraph D, which is what we have here, if the Board of Trustees determines that, and then you can look at subparagraphs A and B. The issue in my mind with regard to whether or not the plans are complete or not, but really my mind is irrelevant. What matters is what the 7 of you think, which says that the governing body, the charter, does not have a comprehensive and feasible plan to operate additional facilities. So if they don't have a comprehensive and feasible plan, it is your duty as the sponsor to, and the statute says must deny, so it would be your duty as the sponsor to deny. So it's up to you to determine whether it's comprehensive and feasible, not up to us. We just give recommendations, which is what Mark did here, and excuse me, Mr. Mathers and Mr. Parks did here, Dr. Parks did here. So that's how the statutes work. It's up to you to decide what's enough information, you as the trustees, what's enough information and what's not. But you have your charge here. You have the recommendation from staff. You obviously have the information provided by Mariposa. And so I can't answer your question about specifically whether or not the plan changing or that's in flux with regard to modulars as opposed to stick-built. That's not up to me to decide. That's up to you to decide. But that's the statutes that govern the situation. So I hope that provides some clarity. If not, I could try it again. But I hope not. All
right. Thank you. You know, Trustee Woodley and Trustee Church actually, and I'm going to stick to the clarifying piece because I do have a lot of things that are on my mind. Not a lot, but certainly some things that are compelling. But this is not the right time for them. I want to stay within your rules, and so my real strong desire was to really talk about that liability piece. And I think between Trustee Woodley and Church, I think you got there. I would like a number. That was the only thing I was waiting for. You don't have a number on what that PERS number would look like, or that OPEB, which they currently don't provide.
I don't.
Okay, fair enough. The other question, again, clarifying question. I know we've talked a lot about declining birth rates. Has there been any analysis on the particular demographic that Mariposa serves and that birth rate?
I would say, as noted in the staff report, staff did do an analysis of projected enrollment for that geographic area that they serve, and they also believe enrollment will fall.
Okay. Go. Yes, ma'am.
The geographic area served by a charter school is not zoned as a traditional school. We have students that come to Mariposa from 14 out of the 24 zip codes locally. So that demographic information is very, very helpful. It also, I just want to clarify that that is not only the area where Mariposa draws their enrollment. And mobility is not birth rate.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Vice President Mayberry. You know, I think it's another good point in terms of getting at the complexity of analysis. I mean, even when you look at our enrollments, when we're projecting enrollments for specific areas, We have multiple families that come from different areas to various schools. So I think it just speaks to the complexity of getting at some of those numbers.
Thank you. I personally want this to succeed. It's to benefit so many people, especially the children. Having said that, help me understand, because I will admit there was some document fatigue and trying to, correlate all the information and make sense of it and a timeline, and so here it is simply. So let's just say that you have this loan from EFF for $6,800,000, and then you have to put everything together to build and improve and make the greatness happen so these kids, 20, 25 a year, can come to you. Are you going to be eating into your reserves during that time to the point where you may not have much left because you're going to have to start paying on your loan?
So the structure of our loan is interest only for the first.
Interest during construction is capitalized. Let me answer this.
Yes, he can answer that question. And to your point also, trustee, just to clarify, in our feasibility study, we did not include our fund balance. We also did not include any kind of quote-unquote soft funds such as fundraising. And over the years, Mariposa has had a revenue stream of approximately $100,000 a year in fundraising revenue.
Well, and I congratulate you for that, and that's really soft money. So that's kind of like woohoo, doesn't count.
Right.
Okay.
Guy McComb, for the record, board member at Mariposa. To answer your question about the loan terms, they are interest only that is capitalized for the first 4 months, and then interest only that accrues for the next 14 months. So the first 18 months of this program, the total monthly or annual loan payments are significantly lower than the full rate. And that gives us time to get the enrollment levels up. The second thing that's noteworthy is there's a debt service reserve of 1 year's debt payment of roughly $450,000, and that can be used to cover any shortfalls that arise, be it from enrollment lack or whatever. And then lastly, well, you say the $700,000 of general fund is not necessarily tappable. It certainly is. It's a liquidity that gives us a safety net, and it's certainly something that EFF looked at carefully. So we believe that the loan underwriting that was taken place by not only EFF but by our own board and our own staff, including Gary Kramer, an ex-CFO of the district, and 2 other entities, the State Investment Bank and Opportunity 180, there are 4 different entities that have reviewed this loan very, very carefully. And I don't question 1 minute the expertise of Mr. Mathers and his staff.
Sir, Mr. McComb, remember, I need you to stay just very specifically with the question, but public comment will allow you the opportunity to share all of that, and I'm only doing that because I also held Director Hunt to the same standard.
Fair enough.
And yes, the $700,000 is available. I understand that. So I didn't ask the question very well, and I apologize. So let's just say, for fun and thrills, that tonight, $6,800,000, you go forth and you prosper. At what point can occupancy happen? Because I am wondering about that time frame between going and making the build happen and when you start making money.
Excellent question. One of the primary reasons for using modulars is that those can be delivered and in place and ready for August of 25 school year, and they can meet the anticipated enrollment levels.
I think Vice President Mayberry also had another question.
And I'm sorry, I want to thank you, President Smith, for allowing this back and forth conversation. This was so very important. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We also would like to augment and thank you so much for really valuing and facilitating a great conversation about gathering information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, ditto, for that. Yeah, so, and I apologize, I did have one more clarifying question. Because I was a little taken back that there were different numbers with the student body count, and I took some notes. I didn't print out the spreadsheet, but I thought the number was pretty solid, and that it was 169 students over 5 years. That's what I thought I read, but then I heard some different numbers from you. Again, I want to give you an opportunity to clarify. Does that ring a bell?
So, Trustee Mayberry, I hear you that you're looking for a solid number. I can also tell you that if you looked at any enrollment at a district traditional school or Washoe County today, the number's 191. Yesterday, it was 189, and tomorrow it might be 195. And so our long-term floor is for us to increase to have 50 students per grade in grades K through 6 at our full expansion.
So what would that look like over 5 years? I understand, plus or minus. I'm not going to hold you to a hard number. I get that.
Current numbers are approximately 28 students in a class. So to enroll for 50 students in a class, someone who's much more brilliant than I and not nervous, 50 minus 28, you would need to enroll that many more students for next school year.
Okay, so what does that look like over 5 years? 50 times 5? I mean that's too big of a number, right? I mean we're looking about 25.
In our pro formas, part of the confusion I think lies in the pro formas where we began this process last January. Without a clear timeline and procedure, and so we had anticipated starting this expansion this school year. And so that's where those numbers, I hear what you're saying, they appear to be skewed. And so in an effort, it would take less than 5 at this time by 2030, because next school year, the 24-25 school year, we would have ideally in our expansion plan 50 students in kindergarten and 50 students in first grade. And then successively after that, those students would roll up and the next class of kindergarteners would be enrolled at an enrollment number of 50. So we call it a roll-up model or a gradual release model. So we have currently 30 students in kindergarten at Mariposa. If our goal is to meet a 50 student enrollment target to start the 24-25 school year, we would enroll 20 more students in first grade for next school year. We would take those 30 from kindergarten. They would have the opportunity during open enrollment to matriculate to first grade, and we would enroll 20 more students.
So 50 in next school year, roughly.
Correct.
And I'm not interested in grade levels right now. I just want the bottom line.
Okay.
Roughly 50 next school year, and then about 25
annually
up to 2030.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So that I think that helps. I hope that brings some clarity. So that equals about 175, maybe, if I do the math.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
To clarify, our feasibility is around a floor, not a ceiling, knowing that it fluctuates.
Yeah, okay.
Superintendent Ernst has a clarification as well.
You know, I understand the back and forth on the numbers and appreciate that conversation. I think it's really important to note, you know, as a district sponsor, how we really have used past practice to make sure that we know what that enrollment number is. And I think I understand the approximations, but we also, you know, want to make sure we're considering real exact numbers when we're moving forward with a proposal. So just wanted to share that with the with the team.
To clarify, Superintendent Ernst, and this may not be factual, just I want to inquire, in communicating with my colleagues at 2 other schools that their schools have been approved expansions, one in 2019 and one most recently, their perception is that there were no covenants and no clarity around exact enrollment numbers, but rather just looking for an overarching feasibility of revenue stream. So I'm not sure the nuances of that, but I do hear what you're saying, and I also want to just clarify that there seems to be kind of I'm uncertain on that.
All right, we're going to start to land the plane on the questions because we've got some public comments still to do. And so, spoiler alert, we are going to take a break after the public comments, okay? So we're not just going to roll right into the next portion. So we're going to finish with our clarifying questions, no problem, okay? We'll do public comment, and then we're going to take a break, all right? So I'm going to go to Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Getting your squats in or something.
I just had a knee replacement in April, so I'm hoping it's going to.
Again, so not to really just beat a dead horse here, but especially this demographic, this community means a lot to me, and I want them to have all. I appreciate what you guys do, and I can understand. I don't know. I think this is the first I've had back and forth like this with a charter school. I think in large and part we've overall been pretty pro-charter overall. But I'm trying to understand, with Vice President Mayberry, I understand, the numbers thing. You guys don't necessarily go, but the floor and the ceiling, you kind of touched on that because what is the ceiling? What is the most students you're looking to serve? At a peak, student body, if I was a firefighter and hey, how many students are inside right now?
325 students. I also want to clarify that we are a public school. We don't turn students away. So for our 325th student, and they have a sibling that is in 2nd grade, and that class is at 25, we still enroll that sibling because we are a public school and we will not turn away. And our enrollment procedures clearly clarify that siblings are enrolled.
So roughly 325 is your cap.
Correct.
Give or take. Okay, now what's your student to teacher ratio?
So
what point do you target another educator?
So we put all of that into the documents that we pulled together, but 25 would trigger a new teacher. At the same token, when you talk about student and staff ratio, so in the charter world, we do things a little bit more innovative in the world, because that's the goal of charter schools, is we have staffing that supports another way. So right now, our current staffing ratio, not teacher ratio, but staff, meaning support for students, is approximately 17-1 when you pull in our teachers' assistants that help and those kinds of things. And so we planned accordingly to staff up for each of those classes, specifically a classroom teacher at every 25.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I know, but now I'm not done with that. So earlier it was said that 325 was the floor, but now it is the floor and the ceiling?
Trustee Smith, we are a public school. So what we are sharing with you is that is what our goal is. We also know that students come to our building with siblings with extenuating circumstances. They may be refugees. There's lots of different things that come into play. So yes, that is our goal, is 350 students. Sorry, now I'm saying the wrong thing. That is our goal. We also do not want to be disingenuous and not share that that may fluctuate just as it fluctuates in your schools and in your classes from day to day.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I wasn't here when we did the expansion on the other charter schools. On those expansions, can you explain to me what all was involved? And what I'm speaking to was it just saying you can have this grade now and this grade now? Or was it you can have these grades and a loan? So did we approve an expansion and a loan? I guess what I'm trying to say is, did we say, in order for you to get this expansion that you're requesting, we'll approve the expansion? Was there a loan attached to being able to get that expansion? Because right now, we're saying we'd approve an expansion, but we've got to approve a loan for them to be able to get that expansion, or we'll approve the loan, but we've also got to say we're going to approve this many students in order for you to pay the loan. So are we comparing the same things in expansion world? Am I making any sense?
I'll let Mark decide if I answer you correctly.
Okay.
So, previously, when we dealt with Coral, it was different in that they were purchasing an existing building. But we used the same process, the same analysis as we spoke here under NRS 388A279. Is this a comprehensive and feasible plan? Very similar team was put together, and during that time, our initial recommendation was no. We felt there was too much risk, and they were asking for both expansion and purchasing their building. And as Mark can tell you more of the details, we did some financial analysis, and they were asked to put some money into an account in the event that they were defaulting and causing any type of liability towards the district, to kind of hold harmless. And eventually we got to that point. So the process has been similar in that we are following the NRS as our criteria, and here we are as a team. We're coming to you with, based on everything you've heard here, that we're not quite sure if it's a modular building or a stick building. The numbers seem to be changing. I'm not sure what the loan's going to be now, so I don't know what analysis would need to be redone. And then our team has decided in this case that it's not a comprehensive and feasible plan because so many questions still exist.
Okay. And well, there was two, right? What was the other scenario? So you just said about Coral. What was the other scenario with the other expansion?
That was specific to Mariposa. That's why we made the counter proposal of a more incremental, phased-in approach to securing the land. So it's similar, but not identical.
For clarification purposes, Trustee Westlake, Johnny Hunt for the record, High Desert Montessori was approved for an expansion and a loan in 2019. It's my knowledge it was simultaneously. That's based on the information they provided to us. I don't have that information for the record, but that was their perception. And we know sometimes perceptions are not realities, but that's their perception. And then while I hear what Dr. Parks is saying, I would also say that Coral Academy's request required purchase of a building, request for expansion required purchase of a building, or they wouldn't be able to expand. And that's exactly what Mariposa is doing. We are requesting to acquire our building that we currently have a school in and expanding enrollment with portables to support as such. And so those would be similar in nature.
Dr. Parks, can you on the Montessori?
Superintendent Ernst also has a point of clarification on that question. And then I want to be really mindful that we're just staying really specific to these questions, because we're going to hear public comment and then we're going to have substantive conversation at that point. Superintendent Ernst.
Thank you, President Smith. So again, if you direct your attention up to the recommendation, I think it's really important that we are staying on the recommendation itself. And really it's that we are proposing incremental expansion. We really believe that that is the most appropriate course of action. There's a number of aspects that we have to consider. It's been discussed, I think, at length today. But remember what ours is. It is that Board of Trustees denies the proposed amendment to the charter agreement with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for a proposed expansion at the cost of $6.8 million, and directs district staff to engage Mariposa to pursue a smaller loan. We really think that is the most fiscally responsible approach to it, to purchase the existing Mariposa school property, exercising their lease option and the adjacent lot. And so again, it really comes down to the incremental expansion. We've talked about the risk analysis. We've talked about the risk analysis can be sometimes in the eye of the beholder. However, from my standpoint and our staff standpoint, we stand by this recommendation for that incremental expansion and really feel like that is the best course of action. So I just wanted to just take some moment to recenter us as we're kind of processing all of this information.
All right, thank you. I think that this would be a good time to go to public comment. There will still be opportunity, of course, after that, because again, we're going to take public comment and then we're going to take a break. So JJ, can we please begin the public comment?
So I'm going to be reading 3 names because we have people in the overflow room. So the first name I'll read will be the first one who speaks, and then you can line up after that. Alex Trecha, Gary Kramer, Guy McComb.
Hi, welcome, Mr. Treychuk.
Tanchek, but that's okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Tanchek. I'm a senior associate at Silver State's Government Relations. I was asked to read a letter for Sarah Adler, who's a principal at our firm, but unfortunately could not be available for the meeting today.
Closer to the mic, I'm sorry.
Sure. I was asked to read a letter for Sarah Adler, who's a principal at our firm, but unfortunately could not be here today. But Ms. Adler has been a consultant with Mariposa Academy and a number of other small independent charter schools in Washoe and Carson City for a number of years. But first we wanted to begin by our sincere thank you to this board for the enormous amount of commitment and time you've extended on behalf of school children in Washoe County, and also to extend our appreciation and applaud Mr. Mathers for his outstanding work on the Nevada Commission on School Funding. The purpose of my comment today is to share a larger context within which the Mariposa Academy decision sits before you today. In 1997, Senate Bill 220 in the Nevada legislature established in law the right for public charter schools to be formed in Nevada. The intent was to enable parent choice and education innovation through greater school autonomy. The only authorizers at that time were school districts, and WCSD very soon stepped up to the opportunity to enable this school choice in Washoe County. Public charter schools take on this challenge, knowing they do not have access to school bonds backed by local property tax, nor do public charter schools have access to the abundant funds the community has made available through to the district through WC1, and with which you are engaging in exciting new schools and school expansions and renovation. Also, to your credit, you've created a schools of choice request system for parents of Washoe County school children. Due to the strength of many public charters in serving high needs children, bipartisan support has been growing for creating a means of facility funding for schools serving disadvantaged children. The Nevada State Infrastructure Bank allocated $15 million to this goal with the intent of leveraging additional capital. As a result of a partnership formed with Opportunity 180 and the Equitable Facilities Fund, the $100 million Nevada Facilities Fund now exists. A narrow set of schools, those that are Title I, self-managed, or contract with a nonprofit management company, and can pass a rigorous credit, academic, or organizational feasibility analysis, are invited to apply to this fund. The caliber of competence of EFF as a successful public charter school lender to schools in 22 states is unquestioned in the public finance community. You, as the Board of Trustees, now have the opportunity to join this careful work of a large added leaders by approving $6.8 million loan that funds Mariposa's highly feasible plan to own its own facility and slowly increase its opportunity to serve those families who choose Mariposa as the best fit. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gary Kramer, Guy McComb, Jenny Hunt.
Welcome, Mr. Kramer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Superintendent Ernst and trustees, I'm proud to be here as a former CFO of Washoe County School District from 2000 to 2011 when I retired, and now I am the treasurer, board member of Mariposa Academy. I feel strongly about this whole request for funding. Bottom line, let's get to say, I'm proud of the team we have. I think the board received Guy McComb's resume. If not, he has extensive international experience in real estate, and the only continent you didn't go to was South America. I don't know if he's making this up. No, he has with major multinational company. So that's one, for a small charter school with 160, 190 students, it's fantastic. Also, just to reinforce on that staff, we have Darcy Burton, who's a retired senior accountant from Washoe County Schools, and he was an internal auditor. He's one of the accounting staff. Nancy Mastrioni, fantastic person, 36 years as the accounts payable supervisor here. I worked with these people for years. I know them up and down. So, I mean, we're lucky, very lucky. I was certified as a certified public accountant in 1974, audited with a number of firms, including a Big Four accounting firm for 19 years. I was 10 years as the chief deputy controller at Washoe County, moved over here for 11 years, and then I retired. I was a key person while I was here at Washoe County School District, issuing more than $600 million in bond financing between 2001 and 2000. I think it's even probably higher than 600. Not quite as much as you guys, but that's, I know that end of the business. I worked with Marty Johnson, GNA Consulting. I know this backwards and forwards. So we're not, neophytes in this thing. I'm going fast because that's the only way I can do it. Just as you volunteer your time for all the things the school district requires, I now do the same at Mariposa. As of 2017, I started Read With Me. My wife is a volunteer at the school. In 2019, my buddy Rick Harris convinced me to become a board member at Mariposa. So I kind of do two roles there. The only reason I'm really here is I know for sure, from my standpoint, the Mariposa students are wonderful and respectful, because if the school was out of control, I wouldn't be involved with it. And that reflects on the staff. They're fully on board with their children, families, and Mariposa's mission. And the leaders, Mrs. Hunt has experience beyond belief there. They have thoroughly vetted EFFs and their mission, and I'm proud to say we were made an offer of the $6.8 million. You shouldn't take that lightly. And we've mentioned the 5 different vetting besides Mathers, Mr. Mathers vetting and his staff. And even though you're recommending it's the full 6.8, see, I still have more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. I know the minutes go by very fast.
I can respond.
Guy McComb, Jenny Hunt, Shelley Seeley.
Welcome, Mr. McComb.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'd like to try to set the record straight on a couple of points. First of all, the proposal of borrowing a conventional loan just to acquire the property is simply not feasible. I received indications from Wells Fargo and Plymouth Bank yesterday that the terms of the loan that they would allow us to buy for $2 million have terms that would make the loan payments actually slightly greater than our lease payment. On top of that, it would require 30% down in cash. $625,000 of our $700,000 general fund would be depleted in order to accomplish that. And then, just for kickers, they require a personal guarantee for them to loan to a charitable organization. That is going to be difficult to get. So it is all well and good to say, go out and get a $2 million loan, but it's not practical, and it is not going to lead to any kind of expansion ability in the future. There have been a lot of statements made, give and take on who said what and when, but let me clarify that the EFF underwriting, credit underwriting, essentially supports itself and the $6.8 million loan at roughly 240 students. It was stated that if we fell below 291 students, this loan would be in trouble. That's simply not true, and the numbers that have been provided to everyone don't reflect that. So I think that the key thing here is questioning how much faith do you have in the underwriting expertise that has looked at all of these numbers. Council has mentioned that you've got to have a definitive plan before you can approve. No project, no real estate project that I've ever been involved with has a absolute nailed down, rock solid, specific plan that has no contingencies in it at this stage. But that doesn't mean that this isn't a solid plan. We're going to design to a budget, we're going to build to a budget, and we're going to be able to service the debt on $6.8 million with an enrollment of 240 students, and that can grow easily in the next 5 years. We keep talking about a doubling, and that sounds pretty dramatic, I'll admit, but a doubling from a base of 160, which was achieved in 22-23, and we've now already surpassed. And a doubling means only another roughly 125 students. This is not a massive amount. And so I think the focus on enrollment risk is overstated, and our track record certainly shows that. I hope
Thank
you'll
you, Mr.
consider
McComb.
that.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jenny Hunt.
Welcome,
Shelley
Director Hunt.
Seeley. Edna Letitia Magana.
And so I always appreciate when we support people, but remember, we always want all of our speakers to feel supported. And so I try to be really mindful. That doesn't mean that when they can't get back to the chair, we can be like, you did a great job. But I always try to keep balance with that in general, and not just on this topic. If anybody follows the board meetings, this is something that I continuously talk about. Welcome, Director Hunt.
Hello again. Mariposa, as we've shared with you, embodies the spirit of the charter school law specific to innovation and serving a niche. In materials that were sent to you, you saw that EFF, Opportunity 180, and Mariposa all have visions that align with your commitment of career and college readiness for students. Our proposal represents the first feasible and viable opportunity to make the Mariposa board vision a reality in 20 years. The data tells us that when our students come to Mariposa, they stay. I shared that data with you already. Also, staff mobility at Mariposa averages only 2% over the last 5 to 7 years, with each school year starting fully staffed. As we shared with you, we currently serve 191 students. Current enrollment waiting list numbers underscore the demand for expansion. Theoretically speaking, to open at our enrollment numbers for next school year, we would only have to recruit 6 students to start the school year to meet our numbers. We hear your concern and your question about the amount of the loan and the numbers engaged. We spent 11 months working on this, and what I can say is since June 14th, 2024, there has never been a question, a concern, or any kind of clarification asked of us about the amount of the loan, about what exactly is being built with it, nor the numbers of the classes. We would be happy to provide that at any time. We are transparent and provide that as requested. In closing, I want to thank you as trustees for your value for all of your constituents specific to school options, because you share that as a district as well. Please ensure that Mariposa continues to be able to be an option for the 95% Hispanic learners, 100% free and reduced learners, and 30% EL students that we serve. We will continue to make you proud. We have presented to you an incremental proposal over 5 years. We ask you to approve that as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hunt.
Shelley Seeley, Edna Letitia Magana, David Jerez.
Welcome, Miss Seeley. Welcome.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and trustees. My name is Shelley Seeley, and today I stand before you to celebrate our remarkable journey and respectfully request your approval in the exciting expansion of Mariposa Academy. I also want to thank Washoe County School District for the support of Mariposa over the last 20 years and your value for school options for students. I am the 6th grade teacher at Mariposa and have been in awe of the example of educational excellence in our community that Mariposa exhibits. With the recent addition of 6th grade, we have given more opportunities for our students and families to excel in their familiar learning environment, and we thank you for supporting the requests of our families. Mariposa Academy is not just a school. It's a beacon of hope and an opportunity for our students. Our commitment to biliteracy education and STEAM sets us apart, preparing our children for success as they typically matriculate to traditional middle schools in the local area. We work tirelessly every day to ensure our students are ready for middle school, high school, and then on to college and career, fostering a love for learning that will last a lifetime. At the Nevada Facilities Fund event in March, I witnessed an unprecedented show of support for charter schools like ours. The speeches given by the state treasurer and the governor highlighted Mariposa Academy as a prime example of the innovative charter schools which are transforming education across our state. This recognition is a testament to the dedication of our teachers, staff, and mostly our students and families, and the support of you, our sponsors. The $100 million Nevada Facilities Fund represents a watershed moment for charter schools, as this fund marks the largest single investment to expand high-performing charter schools in Nevada's history. It demonstrates a substantial commitment from the state government to support charter schools, the charter school sector. The excitement and support surrounding the funding and expansion of Mariposa Academy at the event had stakeholder support stretching from West Coast to the East Coast, and I was so incredibly proud and honored to represent such a wonderful school located right here in Washoe County. As we look to the future, we are filled with optimism. The support we've received, coupled with our unwavering commitment to excellence, positions Mariposa Academy to soar to even greater heights. Together with your support of our school vision and mission, we will continue to nurture the next generation of biliterate, culturally aware, and academically prepared leaders who will shape the future of Nevada and beyond. Thank you for your continued support of Mariposa Academy with your approval today of our proposed course of action. Our 20-plus year journey has been incredible so far, and dare I say, the best is yet to come with your vote of confidence with a yes to our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seeley.
Edna Leticia Magana, David Jerez, Maribel Hudson.
Welcome, Ms. Magana.
Good afternoon. My name is Edna Leticia Magana. I graduated from Worcester High School in 2017 and graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno in 2020. I was lucky enough to join the Mariposa Academy team and support students as a teaching assistant for 2 years and now 3 years as a 3rd grade teacher. I choose Mariposa because of the students and families we support. Sorry, I'm a little bit emotional. I came from a Spanish-speaking household of immigrant parents who didn't even exceed 4th grade education. School was not easy for me. In fact, I struggled a lot. At Mariposa, I have seen an all-hands-on-deck approach where students were being supported daily. Teachers worked together to help students succeed in programs like Walk to Learn, Spanish STEAM, and Read With Me. Families are on a waiting list to receive these approaches. I support this expansion because I believe we owe it to our community to provide additional spaces for students like me to feel welcomed and supported. For parents to have the choice to select a school that values their culture and background. I take great pride in being a Spanish-speaking teacher, building meaningful connections with students and families. Thank you so much for your time and consideration and approving this that will give our students another opportunity to choose an alternative type of school. Thank you so much.
You did a great job, Leticia. This is a hard thing to do. It's a really hard thing to do, especially when that red light is on right in front of your face and it's being documented forever, but you've done a great job.
David.
Go ahead.
David Jerez, Maribel Hudson, Megan Potter.
Good afternoon,
Welcome,
everybody.
David.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us and listening to us. At Mariposa Academy, we have a great advantage that our students' mobility rate is very low. This means that most of our students' careers with us starts in preschool with 4 years of age, and then leave in Mariposa Academy when they are in 6th grade. More children from our community should have the same opportunity that we offer at Mariposa Academy to benefit from this amazing school. I have the privilege of being a teacher at Mariposa and bringing my 3 kids to Mariposa Academy as well. As a bilingual community member myself, this opportunity for expansion to support students is unprecedented and must be acted upon immediately. There are families who seek this opportunity in our community, and they need to be supported. Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta Directiva. Gracias por recibirnos. Este mensaje es para ustedes. En la Academia Mariposa tenemos la gran ventaja de poder tener a nuestros estudiantes todo el tiempo en su carrera elementaria, lo que significa que los niños hacen toda su carrera de primaria desde preescolar, entrando con 4 años de edad, y terminan yéndose de Mariposa en 6º grado. Más niños de nuestra comunidad deberían tener la misma oportunidad que ofrecemos en la Academia Mariposa para beneficiarse de esta maravillosa escuela. Yo personalmente tengo a mis 3 hijos en Mariposa y al mismo tiempo soy maestro de la escuela. Como un miembro bilingüe de nuestra comunidad, esta oportunidad de expandir para servir a estudiantes no tiene precedentes y debe concederse inmediatamente. Hay familias que buscan esta oportunidad en nuestra comunidad y necesitan ser ayudados. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David.
Maribel Hudson, Megan Potter, Sue Foltz.
Welcome, Ms. Hudson. I'm sorry, I keep cutting everybody off. I like to welcome everybody that comes.
Thank you.
I feel before you get up in front of that microphone and look out to hear, you should know that we value you and we cannot make this decision without your voice. So that's why I say welcome and thank you to every single person.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Maribel Hudson. I am one example of many students who have made generational connections and commitments to Mariposa. Growing up, I attended Mariposa Academy along with my siblings. We lived around the area, and due to the language barrier, my mom was excited to find a school that just recently moved into a building and had translation available, so she was able to easily connect with staff and parents. This was about 20 years ago, and I've grown up in this community since. I attended Mariposa Academy, Pine Middle School, Demonte Ranch High School, TMCC, UNR, and the list of places I've worked at is even more endless. My experiences at each of my educational settings ensured my success and put me on a path to career readiness. It was also thanks to my mom that she saw a hiring post, and she's like, go apply. It's a big surprise she stayed connected with the school. And so I did, and when I reached out, they welcomed me back as a teacher assistant, and I have ever since then they have continued to help me grow as a professional. When I first came back, I was overtaken by memories to see some of the same staff. I made connections with long-lost friends I used to go to school with who now have their kids attending Mariposa. We are all connected in many ways, and I have reconnected with so many people and even ex-coworkers who, through an acquaintance, found the school and have their kids enrolled in Mariposa. I have cousins who attend Mariposa, and soon my niece will be old enough to attend. I also saw that there were many changes to the school. There are various activities occurring every day at Mariposa that have evolved to support the students currently enrolled. I know that you, as trustees, value and appreciate the need for school options for families. I was able to take advantage of different options on my educational journey that resulted in career readiness for me. I look forward to the continued change and advancements for the benefit of future students and your approval for Mariposa to improve our facility. After years of learning and growing as a student, I return to my alma mater eager to inspire the next generation as a teacher, and I thank you for ensuring more students like me have this option.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Hudson. You did a great job. Thank you for speaking from the heart.
Megan Potter, Sue Foltz, Janine Budke.
Welcome, Ms. Potter.
Good evening. My name is Megan Potter. I've been a teacher here at Mariposa since 2013. I've witnessed firsthand how the resources and dedication of our charter school can transform the lives of our students, family, and staff. I continue to choose to teach at Mariposa each year, and our students and family continue to choose us. We're connected to our students and family, and we have the ability to teach to their needs and desires. The vision for Mariposa has always been for expansion, but to still have a small family feel school. And I appreciate the Washoe County School District's support of this plan. I know the skill set of our board members and Director Hunt, and they would not put the school at risk by taking a loan that they could not afford. With the governor's support for this financing, this opportunity is unprecedented and must be immediately acted upon to enable Mariposa to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Potter.
Sue Fultz, Janine Budke, Philip Gibson.
Welcome, Ms. Fultz.
Thank you so much. Mariposa is not just a school, it's a family. My name is Sue Fultz, and I've had my own children in elementary schools in 3 states spanning 4 counties. My 3 children have been in public schools, a charter public Montessori school, and a parochial school. In my 18 years of being an elementary school mom, I have never been more impressed with an effective and loving principal as Miss Jenny Hunt, or the dedication of the teachers and staff at Mariposa Academy. In 2018, I started the Read With Me literacy program at Mariposa. At that time, the school was about to be closed. Jenny was the, I'm going off script here. So anyway, she became the principal and things totally changed. Since then, our dedicated volunteer readers have donated over 3,800 hours of one-on-one reading time with our students. I absolutely love being a part of the school and seeing the growth in each and every one of the students. Every year, our school test scores continue to rise. Mariposa is such a special school, and expanding the opportunities for more families to be a part of the school is so important to the success of these students. The request for growing enrollment and waiting list numbers reflect the school's commitment to excellence and community engagement, attracting families who value innovative education. The work to expand the school has been completed. The loan has been secured, and we just need the school Board of Trustees approval to move forward with such a much-needed expansion project. I wholeheartedly support this increase as it means more children can experience the enriching environment that has helped so many children thrive. Thank you for listening and considering Mariposa's expansion project in full, and in the words of Trustee Westlake, this is for our kids. And with my remaining 50 seconds, I'm totally going to go off script because Mariposa gives the opportunity in the Hispanic community that no other school can offer. You can tell by how many people, how many families drive their children to this school because of what it offers them, hope and community and an opportunity for success that they do not find in their schools that they are zoned for. Mariposa Academy is an unbelievable school. I volunteer all over Reno and my Read With Me program, and working with the staff and working with Ms. Hunt and working with our committed board, because all these people want Mariposa to thrive and survive.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fultz. I know, and that's how fast the seconds go when they start ticking down. I know that.
Jeannie Budke, Philip Gibson, Rose McGinnis.
Welcome, Ms. Budke.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Jeannie Budke. I'm a former public school teacher in Texas and currently a reading volunteer at Mariposa since 2019. I'd like to share a few observations about this gem of a school we call Mariposa. The students are enthusiastic learners. The progress I've witnessed in student reading ability and fluency is phenomenal, and the test scores prove it. It's a happy and safe place. The students are so polite. They hold doors open for the adults. They thank me every week when I come to read with them. I've literally never witnessed a single behavioral problem at the school. That is amazing. I'm sure they occur. I just haven't witnessed any. These kids want to be at school, and the 10% absentee rate is far below the state and district numbers. I asked my third grade girls today that I read with each week what they love about Mariposa. Here are some things they said. I get to learn and read with my buddy. I love STEAM and fun events like the Glow Week. I love improving my reading and math. The teachers here are so kind, and I want to follow their directions. It's truly a very special place. The Mariposa staff, families, and community are so grateful for Governor Lombardo's support of the financing to allow Mariposa to continue to thrive and grow. The district's oversight process is good and healthy. However, I have confidence in Mariposa's robust wait list and excellent student retention rate. As evidence, the school will be able to grow to 2 classes per grade level and be able to meet their financial obligations from the full loan amount. They do not currently have room to grow enrollment without this expansion. I ask that the board approve the necessary financing today as vital partners with Mariposa. I invite you to attend our Magic of Mariposa event and fundraiser tomorrow night to get a glimpse into the community support that it enjoys. If you want details, I know Mrs. Hunt would be glad to share them with you.
They're all invited already.
Oh, good. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Budke.
Philip Gibson, Rose McGinnis, Philip Ramirez.
Welcome, Mr. Gibson.
Hi. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Philip Gibson, and I am a parent of a first grade student at Mariposa Academy. I have come today to show support for Mariposa and explain my experience about Mariposa from a parent perspective. I genuinely believe that the school has had a positive impact on the students that attend there. My daughter has attended Mariposa Academy since pre-K, so this will be her 3rd year at the school, and I do plan on having my daughter attend the school until 6th grade. She also does want to do that as well. And the reason for that is because Mariposa environment positively stimulates learning and growth. Once my daughter was old enough to attend school, I wanted to enroll her to start her educational journey. Every school in the area had long wait lists, including Mariposa as well. However, I was luckily able to have her be selected to attend. Since attending Mariposa, my daughter has demonstrated an immense desire for learning and intense curiosity about the world around her. The teachers use individualized teaching strategies which allow them to highlight each student's strengths and weaknesses and in turn offer high rates of student success. Mariposa Academy has played a major role in the betterment of my daughter's academics, and I do believe that the expansion of this institution would be beneficial for our community because it would allow for more students to be able to attend this school and to be able to experience the high degree of education that is promoted here. I do hope that other children will be able to have this opportunity to experience Mariposa and benefit from the positive learning environment that Mariposa provides. I will also add that I do not reside in the immediate geographic area in which Mariposa is located. When I first enrolled my daughter, I lived in the Damani Ranch area, and last year I had to move out to the North Valleys area. When moving, I was faced with a decision to possibly move schools to a different public school in the North Valley area. However, I decided to opt out of this decision because the pros my daughter receives through the depths of education from Mariposa outweigh the cons of the longer commute. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson.
Rose McGinnis, Philip Ramirez, Yvette Contreras.
Welcome, Ms. McGinnis.
I'm a hobbit. Hi, I'm Rose McGinnis. I'm a parent of 2 children. Thanks to Mrs. Hunt, I was able to enroll my 5-year-old daughter this year. And my son is 8 years old, and he's a 3rd grader there. I'm a social worker, so I'm no stranger to being the underdog. And I'm aware of the systematic challenges that parents like myself face. And I am a single mother, and I do not reside geographically in the same area as Mariposa. I do drive my children a 45-minute commute both ways in Reno traffic. So Mariposa allows for me to enroll my children in a quality education. I'm so grateful for that. Not having a choice in where I get to live because of income, it is a very, I'm sincerely grateful to Mrs. Hunt for allowing me to enroll my 2 kiddos so I can provide them education. I do have 3 degrees, undergraduate degrees and a master's degree, and I don't want my children to be limited due to their geographics to not be able to succeed like I did, just because I'm a single mom with a single income. The school continues to meet the growing needs of families like mine, and it's crucial that Washoe County School District fund this planned expansion so more families like mine can send their kids to school. Not a lot of single moms are able to obtain quality education for their children, and I'm very grateful to Mariposa for doing that for me, and thank you, Mrs. Hunt.
Thank you very much, Ms. McGinnis.
Philip Ramirez, Yvette Contreras.
Welcome, Mr. Ramirez.
Hello, Madam President. How are you? Hello, trustees. My name is Philip Ramirez. I'm the board president. I have served the Mariposa for the last 7 years and have the incredible privilege to continue the legacy of our founders, Jesse and Estela Gutierrez, to deliver on the vision of building strong educational foundation for the diverse demographic of learners within our school. Since 2002, it has been Mariposa's privilege to represent the district's mission to deliver students who are prepared for graduation in partnership with our families and our communities. Our main objectives in the next 20 years are to exceed what we have accomplished in the last 22. That is to exceed academic performance standards, remain fiscally solvent and financially responsible, and set an example of charter school excellence in the state of Nevada. However, we cannot do this, we cannot accomplish these objectives alone. We need the unwavering support of district leaders and the Board of Trustees to do that. We're here before you today to request your approval of an unprecedented opportunity to realize our vision. We have secured credit approval from the EFF in partnership with the state of Nevada in Opportunity 180. Through this low-cost, long-term, low-cost fund, we'll be able to accelerate this pathway to long-term financial sustainability and academic success. This fund is prudent, feasible, and provides further financial stability for Mariposa to positively impact the students and family we serve. Your approval today will enable us to purchase the facility and land that we have leased since 2002 and expand our facilities and increase the number of lives we impact through the enrollment increase over the next 5 years. This includes my son, who will start at Mariposa in 2026. I hope I can count on your support. In the last minute, I'd like to read some comments from our co-founder, Estela Gutierrez, who sends her regrets that she was not able to attend today. From Estela, I'd like to express my gratitude for your support of Mariposa throughout your term on the board. Thank you. Gracias on behalf of the many children who started at Mariposa and matriculated successfully to Washoe County Schools. Two of the biggest honors for me in my lifetime was to co-found Mariposa with my husband, Jesse, not my husband, and to serve on this board as a trustee and president for District F. While Mariposa serves a diverse student base, we pride ourselves in serving the English language learning community. As a former trustee and longtime educational administrator, the proposal before you to expand Mariposa from the current enrollment of 192 to 325 in the next 5 years is feasible and poses no major fiscal impact to the district. Thank you, Estela Gutierrez, co-founder of Mariposa and former trustee, District F.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you.
Yvette Contreras.
Welcome very much, Ms. Contreras.
Thank you so much. My name is Yvette Contreras, and I'm a proud mother of a second grader at Mariposa Academy. We live and run a business from home in the North Valleys, where there's a school just 5 minutes away. However, every morning, my husband or I drive 40 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic, to take our son to Mariposa Academy. Despite the distance, accidents, sometimes long commutes, sometimes even 2 hours, just one way to get to Mariposa, it's absolutely worth every minute and dollar. Why? Because of how much my son loves that school. When I say he loves Mariposa, it's an understatement. Yesterday, he had an ear infection and wanted to go to school. From the moment he walks through the doors, his face lights up. And the teachers here can attest to that. Every teacher knows him by name. He knows every teacher. The sense of community, Mariposa is unlike any other school that I've seen. And I also went to Washoe County School District. And what's even more remarkable is my son's progress. He didn't speak much until he was 4 years old, fewer than 10 words. When he started at Mariposa, he is on an individualized education plan, IEP, for speech therapy. Now, 2 years later, I'm thrilled to say that with the recommendation of his teacher, his speech therapist, and myself, he's graduating and will no longer have an IEP after the end of this year. Obviously, it's a one-on-one intention that he's received from his teachers, his speech therapist, his principal as well, and he's even excelling in all academic areas, meeting and also exceeding some of his grade level expectations. As a Latina mother, it's important for me, that our community feels included. I know it's often a challenge for Latino families to engage with schools due to various reasons, but in Mariposa, the leadership has created a welcoming environment where families are encouraged to participate. And I invite you all to join us next week for a trunk or treat, even our block party, to witness the strong sense of community and the family involvement firsthand. I believe the expansion is realistic. Just myself, I'll be adding 2 new students to Mariposa in the next 5 years. If you look at my family tree, there are 5, ready to participate also in the next 5 years. I know there's concerns with reaching the enrollment goals, but honestly, you should have gotten higher. Like 325, I don't know. That's, this is just word of mouth how enrollment has happened. So now with a little bit of marketing out there, we can obviously get more. I just think, obviously the risks presented, the information presented, I will say that the Latino trends were not acknowledged. We have multi-generational home, the fastest growing population. Latinos have the highest growing birth rate in Washoe County. The average rate of Latinos in Washoe County are reaching the average age of women having children. Obviously those are things that I should have also been encountered. I think that while various options have been presented to be fiscal responsible, children deserve a brick or mortar.
Thank you very much, Ms. Contreras.
The board received emails from Jabet, Jamie, and Julie Bowen.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to all of our public commenters. Well, it is about 5:13 right now, so let's go ahead and take like a nice solid 20 minutes. I think we all need to stretch our legs. So I will reconvene this meeting at approximately 5:35, give or take. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. All right, it is 5:42 p.m., and I'm going to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees on October 22nd, 2024. I'm going to thank everybody who's here right now and the fantastic questions that we had as a board, and also bring it now to substantive conversation among ourselves as colleagues and with staff. And so I will open, because we did a lot of questions and we did a lot of talking, but the recommendation that we have here is from our superintendent. So I'm going to open this section with him.
Thank you, President Smith. I wanted to try to put a little bit more information around the recommendation. First, I want to say that we're very proud to sponsor Mariposa, and Principal Hunt and the entire team out there have lots to be proud of in terms of the work that you're doing for our students and for the community. And, you know, I also think that over time we've certainly demonstrated a willingness to work to expand, most recently with our 6th grade. And one of the comments I thought was interesting was, you know, we were talking a little bit about the impact that Ms. Hunt has had on the school, and certainly that's a testimony to your leadership. And you know, as we're looking and thinking things through, we're looking at a 30-year loan. And I will say that schools' success, there can be a lot related to a leader of a building and the success of which they can bring. This is a 30-year loan over that time, and so I want to make sure that we're all kind of thinking of that. I'll also say that you know, the recommendation up there, we are supporting Mariposa getting a loan, and there was conversation about that this evening, and really that loan is consistent with the incremental expansion that we look at with all of our non-charter schools within Washoe County School District. Carefully trying to look at enrollment trends to the greatest extent we can. We had an example cited in terms of the difference between Jay Woodrow and Stony Brook, and when we did and didn't move forward with expansion. And so, you know, I just want everyone to know that I really feel this is consistent with the practices that we have in Washoe County School District when we look at all schools. And, you know, the other thing I always think about too, you know, there's been some really wonderful testimony to the work that's being done at Mariposa. We have seen schools not have that same success. And, you know, I always think very carefully about the impact that any type of school closure can have on students and can have on families, and how significant that is in so many different directions. And so, again, when you look at our, the recommendation that's coming from myself, our recommendation is, again, as it says in our staff report, for Mariposa to own their property and adjacent lot. We think that that is the most prudent. There's been conversation today about that continuing to be something that can be explored. But we really think that when you own your property and your adjacent land, you've expanded the 6th grade, that it really is consistent with the overall incremental expansion, mitigating risks that may not be needed. And so I just wanted everyone to understand, again, as you're looking at that recommendation, we are approving the recommendation of a loan, probably closer to the neighborhood of $2 million, but that is for their property and the adjacent lot. And so I just wanted to make sure that I explained that recommendation before there was additional conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to share some thoughts and then ask my colleagues to weigh in, because I'm going to be very honest. I am really struggling with this. And the reason is not because I don't support Mariposa, because I absolutely do. I support Mariposa very much, and I recognize the work that's being done. What I keep coming back to was that even in the questions, I struggle with knowing that the plan was always to more than double, but we just approved a 20% expansion, and I'm glad that we did. I voted for that, and I voted for the Coral School, and in the interim, I've also voted against opening schools. The approach that I've taken is more incremental, and it's one of the reasons why with the FMP, we have yet to make certain decisions for certain communities, because we're watching and taking an incremental approach. So what I struggle with here, and I very much want to hear from my colleagues, is like at the end of the day, when you buy a home, you get a loan based on the income that you have and not necessarily the income that you aspire to or want. And in this case, the loan is based on a school size that Mariposa isn't at the time, so it's adding two things together. I will be very honest that I would have felt a lot more comfortable had we had the conversation around expansion first, because we would have had questions answered like exactly how many students are you building? Are there modules? Because if there are modules now, then why couldn't there be incremental expansion? If the plan is now different than what's in here, then why couldn't you buy what you have, own that, and then incrementally expand? But for me, that just goes back to, if we were having a conversation about expansion, we would have all those answers right now. But what we're really approving is a loan that's predicated on a school size that they're not, even though we just had an expansion conversation and unanimously approved. So I'm really struggling with this. I am fiscally conservative. I have taken a conservative view in opening schools within our district and approving things in the FMP. And I absolutely fundamentally think that the discussion of expansion should have been discussed separate than having a loan request based on a totally different school size. And I think that I definitely believe that this conversation is out of order, because again, we just did this a few months ago, and I am a huge supporter of Mariposa. So to hear that this was the plan all along, well then why didn't we discuss that? So that's where I am, that's where I'm struggling. This is not a reflection of the wonderful work that happens, because it is wonderful. It has to do with the fact that getting a loan based on a school size that you're not, we should have had that conversation separately. I would have preferred to have had that conversation separately. So these are just some of the things that I'm thinking about in my head, and I very much want to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you, President Smith. I do hear where you're coming from, and I mean, I don't know how we got here either. You know, I know I missed one board meeting. I guess that's what happens, you know, like everything changes. But, and I guess like hearing from the charter school and our staff, I mean, apparently this was being discussed back in 2022 and going to, I don't know how we got here. I mean, maybe our staff can help, but I'm also thinking we've had 3 different superintendents in this short amount of time. I got to believe that's got to cause, you know, some of this ripple effects. But I also think I go back to, you know, I'm fiscally responsible as well, and I think Trustee Church brought out some amazing questions and brought out some amazing points that the fiscal impact to us is very, very minimal. And, you know, this is also why I think a lot of people are frustrated with the government, because there's a lot of red tape. You know, for whatever reason we're here today, and to send back a school that wants to expand, and I'm very sensitive to this community. And again, thank you for what you do for the Latino community, and to send them back. And with all due respect, Superintendent, like I hear what you're saying. We're not saying no, but you know, if we could say yes today, you know, then you know, why not? That's kind of where I'm leaning at right now. But I do understand your frustration on how this process was allowed to happen. So, I don't think it's any one person's fault, but if we can make the best of it today, I think that's what we should look at doing. You know, I look to my colleagues. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. So just a couple of things, and then I'm just going to throw something out there. First of all, I appreciate everything that Mariposa has done, is doing, and I'm sure will continue to do. But I'm going to say I feel like my feet are being held to the fire. I feel that the cart got thrown in front of the horse, and the horse's face is getting smashed right into the tail of the wagon. But that being said, I love that an underserved demographic is getting served. I think we're only as strong as we are as a whole. I've said that today. But something, one of my favorite books, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, and it holds true in life. If you give a mouse a cookie, then they're going to want this, and they're going to want the milk, and they're going to want that. But why can't we do like half a cookie? So the one thing that concerns me with the recommendation is I don't feel that that's going to allow Mariposa room to grow. They can't grow. Okay, so that's like taking the cookie away altogether. If we give them the whole cookie, now that's a heavy lift. I mean, let's be realistic. That is a heavy lift in an economy that's fluctuating right, left, upside, downside, all over the place. There's so many variables. But why does it always have to be nothing or all? Why can't we come to something where there is the ability to grow, and grow where we have some guarantees? I mean, look at the waiting list for pre-K and kindergarten. Okay, that I feel good about that. I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. So why are we looking at 6.8? Why aren't we looking at, let's get our hands on the building, let's buy the lot to put 2 modulars on, okay? And then we can have an extra pre-K and an extra kindergarten, and now that's growing what's the word I'm looking for? Intermittently, thank you. Where if we don't allow for any modulars, there's nowhere for these kids to go. No more for extra kids. But throwing another 7 modulars on there, that I think that's not incremental. That's just, throwing care to the wind and let's just run with it. But incremental, everyone keeps saying incremental. Let's do incremental. Let's not do this huge, big growth that we don't know what's going to happen. You guys, nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody does. I wish we did. That'd make life really easy. But we don't. But let's make a pathway so that we can grow and build on that. Things take time. 20 years to get to this realization, to get to this point, but now we're going to try and make up 5-10 years in a split second. That just is crazy to me. I'm sorry. I'm feeling the vibe of my fellow board members, and I respect them and the direction and all of that. But I think we can do better here and serve everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Again, I just want to clarify for the group that the recommendation going forward is a part of the cookie. It is incremental expansion. It is to purchase the land and the adjacent property. And that is exactly the type of expansion that we think is something that reduces the amount of risk and does offer some growth. Now, there might be some opportunity to look at modular expansion and what we may want to do in that space. But again, our recommendation is incremental. It's for nearly $2 million. It's not for the full 6.8. It's in that neighborhood, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. So I just want to make sure that, you know, if there's anything we can do as a staff to clarify that our recommendation is for the incremental growth, I just want to make sure that we take the opportunity and that we have a good understanding of that.
I'm going to go, so I see you, Vice President Mabry. I'm going to make sure to get Trustee Woodley since we've got him on screen, and then you'll go right after that.
Thank you, Madam President. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you. I definitely appreciate the perspective from our staff. This is why we have them, their expertise, and they keep us safe. And I have to make sure that I acknowledge that and express my gratitude. From my perspective, there's the intangible, which is that I have been to Mariposa on multiple occasions over decades. Years ago, I used to go on an annual basis. I think since I've been with the district, I haven't gone as much anymore. I stopped going, but I have been in contact with the community. I have heard from individuals that have called me asking if I could assist them to get on the waiting list or to get in front of the waiting list. I've heard from many people that probably don't fit in the statistics of the numbers that we run and we project with regards to what are we projecting for the future with regards to families and attendance and kids coming to schools. I do believe, I have personal knowledge that there is a lot more in this community that are having more kids than the average, and that want to join the school, and that they believe in, the community really believes in family and keeping the family together. And I know of families that have 3 kids that could go there right now today. But I do understand this is very difficult, just like Trustee Rodriguez stated, because we do know that they're serving a tremendous service to our community. An underserved population, and we really deeply appreciate what they do. And I really would like to find a way to go ahead and move this forward for them, because I do know that when it comes to getting loans and getting half of it and going back and reapplying, I know that there is an extra cost to that. There is a lot of value and savings in doing it all in one nut, for lack of a better term. I'm leaning forward to this is, of course, this is not in slight to anyone or any specific recommendation, but just to the fact that we're dealing with dreamers and they want to serve a community and they see that community and they know that community. I agree with Trustee Church that I do feel like it's a lower, or I believe is a better term, it's a lower risk for us in so much of the overall risk to acquire this loan. I do believe that the entity that's providing them the loan are probably subject matter experts of their own. I'm sure they're not in business of hoping to get to acquire modulars or vacant land. So, yeah, I'm hoping that we can see where this goes and let democracy serve its purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to I'll try to be really direct and not sugarcoat some of my thoughts. And I want to thank Mr. Mathers and Dr. Parks for your effort and your due diligence. Grateful for that. Thank you, Superintendent Ernst, for the recommendation. I don't think that an incremental approach is seemingly going to work. If we were even to approve that, I mean, I'm hearing the other side. It's all or nothing. So. I really want to get there too. When there's a state infrastructure bank that is a public agency, I gotta believe they're more cautious than a traditional bank. When they bring in a lending agency that is specific to lending money to charter schools, I gotta believe they do an analysis. That's going to bode well if they do in fact approve a loan. I mean, we have a charter school that doesn't have access to capital improvement funds. I'm very mindful of our fiduciary responsibility. I truly am. I don't see a significant risk here. I'm also sympathetic to our sponsored charter schools that need help. And so when I see that their waiting list is 40% of their enrollment and that they have a very low transient rate, candidly, I just don't see a lot of lights and sirens with this. So I'm being direct and honest. I'd like us to find a way to make $6.8 million happen for them. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with my colleague, Trustee Adam Mayberry. And I will say too, this is very difficult because I have the utmost respect for CFO Mathers and his team, and I understand that the deep dive was complicated. Sometimes communication gets mixed up because we start looking at our hearts and then our numbers, and sometimes they don't mesh real well together. And again, I agree with my colleague that I want to find a way to make this 6.8 million work. I have a lot of faith, like you do, Adam, in the EFF opportunity. I don't want Mariposa to lose that opportunity. And to this, I would say, being very candid and heartfelt, I want this for you, and it can't be messed up, man. This has to work. And I think it's worthy work, and you have my blessing, and I mean that sincerely.
So I'm trying to interpret what I'm hearing from my fellow trustees, but I'll talk about my thoughts. Number one, incremental is a non-starter. They're not interested. So that's a non-starter. We just throw that away, in my opinion. Personally, I don't care if it's made out of straw or brick. I don't care. That's their choice. The OPEB thing is scary, but if that's an issue, then we would never approve any charter. That scares the heck out of me. They don't offer OPEBs. We could maybe have something in there, but in a motion, but that would be like don't approve any charter because we might end up holding the bag. So that's a non-starter in terms of I disregard that. In other words, it does not affect my decision because they don't offer it. I mean, that's a maybe. So now I'm down to legal that talked to us, and I want to pull that up. And the law that was quoted says, quote, is unlikely to achieve academic, organizational, or financial success. Let me say that again, is unlikely. Well, I'm a poker player. You know, I got 2 pair, and the guy's betting a lot of money against me. I think I might be unlikely to succeed. But if I got a full house, you know, so in this case, I don't think that I can say that their proposal is unlikely. Is it the risk? Absolutely, there's risk. But I don't think it rises to the statute of unlikely. So legally, I think they're okay. And then again, the impact, there is some financial impact if they go under. There is risk, but it's so minimal as I think it justifies approval. So based on that, I am leaning strongly towards approving it as is, or maybe with a little caveat that they have an agreement. If they're going to do OPEBs, they come back to us. And if anybody here is thinking no, then I would suggest a fallback of at a bare minimum, and I'm not approving this, but at a bare minimum, we don't say no. We've heard a lot of back and forth that we send it back to staff to work with Mariposa. Because if we say no, we're done. We're not going to hear it again. So I'm in favor of it, I believe, absent anything changing. I'm in favor of approving it. But if not, at a bare minimum, I'd like to at least see it sent back to staff to see if there's common ground. So basically, I'm in favor of it, but I don't want to just say absolutely no. But the incremental is a no because they're not interested.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in. So this is why we do this. And in case anyone has ever wondered, we don't walk into any of these knowing what everybody thinks or where we're going to go, or the wisdom that we will exchange. We do this work in public with everyone. So here's where I'm at. I like where Trustee Church is going, because let me explain where I'm stuck and where I might need some help if someone were to make a motion. This is not just a loan. This is a charter amendment. I really struggle with the fact that OPEB could be added, and then there's that. I feel like I need insurance, and I need some insurance in a motion that clearly specifies, one, what the enrollment limit is. We came into this with 7 different numbers, and now I'm hearing that it's 325, which is great, but it could be a little more, and I struggle with that because I don't know what a little more is. And when we open a building with a student enrollment expected for it. So I would be open if there was, or more open if there was language saying you're approved for this. And if you want to have more than this, you've got to come back and have that conversation, because I am not okay, folks. We don't approve anything kind of, sort of about. We just don't. When we even open schools, it has an enrollment count and an exact number. I have never seen this board. And I know that there is historical precedent with the way other things have been approved, but we can only be better ourselves in every single vote, in every single item. So I would be open to this if there was an enrollment of 325. I am not comfortable with some fuzzy wuzzy that it could be above that, and I get why that is, but if there was, and if there was a situation where they would need more, simply come back and ask for the enrollment expansion, which is what fundamentally I feel should have happened here. So what I'm asking my colleagues is that I would need assurance that, one, if there were going to be any changes to OPEB, that has to be brought back for approval and consideration. And I'm asking for, if Mariposa is asking for 325 students, that be the charter amendment. And then if they want more than that, they have to come back for an expansion, which, by the way, we just did. So we know how to do this. We just increased the school by 20%. So I don't understand the argument that we don't really know how to do that. So I'm right there, folks, but I need some help with setting an enrollment, and not saying you can't be more than that. I'm just saying if there was going to be more than that, that come back for an expansion. So I have no problem giving them what they're asking for, but they would just have to come back and ask for an enrollment expansion if they wanted more students than that. And I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that.
I need to weigh in first.
Okay.
So two things. One is the statute that was cited where the term unlikely, that's not the statute that I referenced. I referenced NRS 388A.279. The unlikely provision is found in 388A.274, just for the record. And then secondly, the agenda title does not allow the board to put OPEB restrictions on. When we were theorizing about that earlier, I said, sure, you can, but not tonight. And if I misled you to think you can tonight, that is my mistake, and I apologize. But the agenda title is clear, that enrollment expansion and or the funding for the property expansion is what is being discussed tonight. It does mention enrollment expansion, so I think that's within the agenda title. And so that's it.
So to clarify, if a trustee were to make a motion, it could say with an enrollment expansion to 325 students with additions beyond must come back to this board for explicit permission, something along those lines.
Yes, it could. That would be fine because that's an enrollment expansion.
Could you repeat that, please? Sure. Just give some clarity. I think all of us could probably use that. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So this is for everyone except Trustee Rodriguez then. So back to I'm not sure what part you want me to clarify. So I'll clarify the whole statement or just the
Yeah,
part
if you would, please. Thank you.
So Trustee Church cited, and I understand why he did, NRS 388A.274, which also discusses amendment. And if I can make any recommendation, the legislature should clear up these statutes. But nevertheless, that's not really the statute that applies here. Under NRS 38A.279, it is specifically on point. And so that is the statute that applies, which is the one that I cited earlier and that we put up on the board and walked through. So it's, again, 388A.279. That's that. The agenda title under the open meeting law specifically discusses the loan amounts for a facility and financing and the purchase of property, and it also discusses enrollment expansion, which are all appropriate amendments under the statute that I just referenced. And so we can't add, OPEB isn't on the agenda. I think it exceeds what we posted here. I don't think it was ever discussed. I don't think it was asked for, as far as I know. I see Jenny shaking her head no. So I'm going to go, so that exceeds the open meeting law. So we can't put the OPEB in a motion today. And to the extent that I misled you earlier, I apologize. So that's it. Does that make sense?
It does, but to President, and I apologize, Neil, I guess I should have narrowed that down a little bit, to the President Smith's comment, approval of a $6.8 million loan contingent upon. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, what I'm saying is that there are at least 7 different enrollment numbers in here, but we did hear from Director Hunt that they are asking for 325 students.
Yes.
I am fundamentally uncomfortable with just writing a blank check because I am asking that if someone were to put together a motion, that it be an enrollment expansion to that number. And if there's an interest in additional students, they would simply have to come back and ask for an enrollment expansion, which, by the way, we just did a few months ago. So that's what I'm asking for. I cannot approve a $6.8 million loan and not specifically know how many students we're approving. So I'm asking for help here because we talk a lot about removing emotionality things, but we are a governing body with fiscal responsibility and legal responsibility, and I'm asking that we set the number that they've asked for. I am fine with, but with the clear caveat that if they're looking for enrollment beyond that, they must come to this board for an expansion. That is all I am asking for. I need clarity for this amount of money.
Go ahead.
I think that's an excellent addition. I agree. And if we look at the charter agreement where it discusses enrollment, I think it points to what you want to add, and that is the 325 students, and then the ability to come back.
That is exactly what I'm saying, because I can't get to a yes without specificity as to what we are setting this new school at. And by the way, I just think that that's rational.
Question. Number one, could we possibly hear from Director Hunt to see if we're wasting our time or if we're on the same sheet of music? And number two, I'm not sure yet, but my gut says we might want to still send this back to staff to work on the final details.
Well, the 325 is what Director Hunt said they wanted to grow to. If I heard it correctly, my notes said our goal was 325 students. So that is not a number I made up. Everybody's got 325. So that's what I wrote down. But I need a student count, which is, by the way, no different than we open our own schools and make decisions to open schools. It is exactly the same. Now, whether we send it back to staff to refine or make a motion now, I'm gonna see where the wind blows, but I am asking my colleagues to please set an enrollment number, if that's where it goes, either way.
Well, I certainly don't mind setting an enrollment number. If it's 325, that would have to be for over a 5-year period, right?
Well, yes, but ultimately we're approving that right now. So the loan is only solvent with that student count. So we would be approving that today. Now they've shared that their plans are to grow incrementally, but technically they could grow to any size immediately. So I need to make that delineation. We could put that they are only allowed to grow at certain numbers each year. But again, that's why I wish we had talked about expansion differently than talking about a loan. So we could have a motion that specifies growth at those increments, but the loan is only solvent with that number, which is kind of why I feel a bit backed in. At least that's the way that I understand it. But Trustee Woodley, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe, and I think the consensus from most of us is that we do understand the 325, and we should be able to make the motion with a cap of 325 students, with the understanding, as we all know, as you stated, if and when necessary, they can always come back for an expansion, enrollment expansion approval from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Woodley. Just want to make sure that we're, as we're all deliberating and thinking this through, an amendment to the expansion just occurred, and that was within the 6th grade, and that was an amendment, and that amendment occurred to create the expansion. Right now, I believe what I'm hearing is we're going to approve a loan, and then implicit in that is approve an expansion, yet maybe that amendment hasn't occurred yet. And so, again, I just mechanically, as we're looking at this right now, I just think, I think it was 5 months ago, we had an expansion, we had an amendment to it. Right now, what I'm hearing among the conversation is we're considering the 6.8 at a population of 325, of which an amendment has not yet been accepted. And so I think it's important as we're working through the mechanics of all of this that we recognize, because I heard the second part of it, and the second part was if they go over 325, they have to come back again. Well, the way that we're looking at expansions and amendments seems to be a bit different over time. And I just think it's worth noting as we are considering some degree of formalizing a decision this evening.
Question? So now I'm confused. This seems like a legal question that do we have to do an amendment which is not on the agenda, or I don't understand. I'm confused.
Well, it's a fair question, and I think it's one of the things that Mark stressed earlier in his presentation about the lack of clarity in the communications. So there is an interesting provision in 388A.279(1)B that does say if a school is to increase the total enrollment of the charter school or the enrollment of pupils in a particular grade level in the charter school for a school year to more than 120% of the enrollment prescribed in the charter contract for the school year, then it has to get an amendment. And that wasn't what was requested, but that is actually required, is you have to get an amendment if you're going to increase your enrollment by 120%. So, what's that?
In a school year?
It says in a school year, right. So that's part of the problem here is I don't understand what the expansion's unclear. Well, that's a question that Mark could answer. I guess is 350, 120%, or 325, 120% of whatever their current enrollment is, which I don't know that number.
Well, they said they're going to do 50. Right?
Well, yeah, but so we could have a motion that says with the incremental per X per year, but the loan is only solvent at the 325. So we could potentially say and prescribe that the growth be what they've presented to us. But at the end of the day, we would be approving the 325 because to that point, it's like we have a loan predicated on a school size that they're technically not. So we cannot approve a loan without understanding that we have no option but to increase their school to the size that makes the loan solvent. And where I was asking for the additional clarification about the student count is because I am fundamentally uncomfortable with it just being a loose number. And again, even tonight, we didn't even entirely know what the number was. So I'm really trying to get there, guys, but this is exactly why you don't come with a loan for a size of school you're not. It's why I would have preferred that we had done an expansion conversation and then done the loan based on that. But I'm still very open to this. I'm just asking for these things with whatever motion. And I hear Trustee Church also asking about maybe it comes back. I don't know. I'm just wanting everybody to know that I need an enrollment number personally.
Okay. Can we break it into two pieces because it's saying possible action in Mariposa Language and Learning Academy Charter Schools proposal for a 6.8 expansion loan. Okay, and we make a motion for that, or even before that, review and possible approval of finance facility, but then it says, and possible approval of an amendment to Mariposa's charter agreement related to facilities and enrollment expansion. So could we break that part out and do a motion for the expansion to 325 and then break out and do a motion for the 6.8, just separate them so that the horse finally gets in front of the cart?
I'm going to defer to our legal counsel on that. But with the increment, I believe Director Hunt said 25 students a year for 5 years is the note that I wrote down on that one.
Yeah.
But since Trustee Westlake had a valid legal point, I'm going to ask Chief Legal Counsel Lombardo to weigh in on that.
Yeah, so I've been working with Chief Deputy Montalvo, and we were discussing the charter contract. And so what I think the best way to solve this problem is, if the board wants to have an appetite to do this, is to make a motion, and I think you actually just do it in one because of the way subsection D reads, and subsection D discusses acquiring an additional facility to increase enrollment. And so what I think you would say is, and I don't want to tell you how to do this because it's not my job, it's up to your discretion, but something along the lines, over the next 5 years, they can cap out at 325. Yeah. We expect to see progress of X, Y, Z over the 5 years, or whatever you all decide. That's up to you. And then at the same time, approve the $6.8 million loan for the new facility. Because that statute, as we were discussing this via phones, I think 1D is more applicable than the B I read, and one of the problems we have is that our charter contract is an older contract. Before we really, just for lack of a better way of explaining it, it's just an older charter contract, so it actually doesn't have a specific enrollment number in it. So it doesn't make sense for us to say 120% of that number that doesn't exist. So now we're creating the number. And now if they're going to increase by 120, then that would kick in. So I think that's the cleanest way to do it for the board, if that's what you decide to do.
And I see your light on, Vice President Mabry, but I also see Superintendent Ernst, so I'm going to go to him and then go to you.
Thank you.
Pardon me, President Smith, I had my light on as a result of the last comment, and I didn't turn it off. So my apologies for holding everybody there. Turn it over to you, Vice President Mayberry. Pardon me.
Guess we didn't buy you that much time, but I can tap dance.
Well, so let me, can I read your proposed motion? If you're ready for that?
You could wonder maybe out loud about one and then say, I'd like to formally make a motion.
Okay, let me think.
So like, what are you thinking?
What about if I said something like, so capping, approving the $6.8 million while ensuring that we cap the student body at 325, or not to exceed a student population of 325 over a 5-year period beginning the school year 25-26.
We could do that. We could also, and this is just for consideration, actually specify what they asked for, which was 25 students a year, which is what they asked.
Well, yeah.
No, they would be doubling the class sizes because there'd be 2 classes of 25. That's why they're asking for 25. They're taking an entire cohort, kinder through 6th, and adding a second. And that's why it's the 25 per year that they would be adding. But if not, that's fine. I just wrote down in my notes that you were saying 25 students a year for 5 years.
May I come to the dais?
Sure.
I first want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for hearing and really knowing that we are committed to being a team partner with Washoe County School District and serving our students. We will not disappoint you, and I am more than confident part of our EFF due diligence is we built a succession plan for Mariposa. And if you ask any staff member, any board member, what they will say is I'm committed to systems. I know systems across time. To clarify, the 25, while I hear what you're saying, I would only caution us as a public school, putting a 25 per class limit is a cap. What I would suggest is your cap at 325 to see the full enrollment as proposed to meet the debt of the 6.8 million. And that being a cap, theoretically, it would be 25 in every class. It may be 27 one class one year and 24 in the next, just depending on being a public school and the need to enroll students as they come. We appreciate, value, and see your vision around the cap. Also to your point, President Smith, in the other schools in the state of Nevada do have in their charter a 10% cap that they have to come back for a charter amendment.
I know, but okay, so thank you so much for that. I'm still looking for a cap. I'm fine if there's not the incremental thing, but I need a firm number. I need a firm number. Trustee Church, only because I see his
Just
light
going to
on.
comment briefly. I like basically what was said by Trustee Mayberry. I don't want to get into the weeds on incremental. That's getting into the weeds. What if they're off by 1?
I agree. Yeah.
And Trustee Woodley, I saw your hand up. We're good. Okay, we got thumbs up. All right, Vice President Mayor, we bought you some time. I think you're getting hot.
Okay, but again, what I heard, I'm still this 325. I mean, that's the cap. That's what I'm going to put on the table.
Correct, but we will not include the forced increments. We'll just have the cap.
Over the 5-year period is what you're saying. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, so you want me to make a formal motion? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, it is 6:30 p.m. So I'm going to say absolutely yes. Let's make a motion.
Well, I thought we could take a break first. I'm kidding. Okay, so I'll move that the Board of Trustees support the proposed amendment to the charter agreement with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for proposed expansion at a cost of $6.8 million, not to exceed a student body count of 325. Beginning school year, okay, I don't want to do that because that's going to, so I'll just put a period there. Student body count of 325. I'm sorry. Is that clear, everybody?
Second. Now we can have discussion.
Yeah, let's give JJ a minute to write it down so she can read it back, and then we can absolutely discuss. Yes. So can we read it back so that we have that?
Okay, so the motion is to approve the proposed amendment from Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for a $6.8 million expansion loan and an enrollment cap not to exceed 325 students.
All right, and now we can have discussion on the motion. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Could we do a friendly there, 325 students over a 5-year period?
Well, that was in my original thought, but my understanding is that there wasn't a desire to do this incrementally.
Well, I think what I heard was that don't prescribe the specific number of students per year, not that it can't be a graduated build-up, because that is technically what they have in their plan. What I heard Director Hunt say is don't limit it to just the 25, allow for the 5-year expansion not to exceed the cap, but don't limit them. They'll grow at some organic rate.
Okay, yeah, yeah, absolutely. I took that out, but that was actually I should have kept that on the table because that was the original intent of my original motion. Yeah, so we could certainly add that amendment.
Over a 5-year period.
Yes, over a 5-year period.
And so it would be the student cap language over, and we would just add over a 5-year period. So I'm going to let JJ keep writing.
So if it's at 325 at 4 years, that's the cap, right? I mean, yeah.
Is it okay if we read it again one more time? And then Trustee Church, very much I'll let, I see your light on.
The Board of Trustees approves the proposed amendment to the charter agreement with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for a proposed expansion at a cost of $3.8 million. No, oh, $6.8 million. Including not to exceed a student body count of 325 over a 5-year period.
Just one legal, make sure we're right here. I heard the word amendment. Do we perhaps want to have the terms expansion loan and amendment? Because that's the way the agenda is worded.
Trustee Church, I was a little distracted. Can you repeat that again, please?
What I think I heard was we approved the amendment, and legally by what I'm reading here, we approved the expansion loan and amendment. I just want to be legal.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're approving the $6.8 million loan for the expansion. That's what we heard from the staff, their facilities expansion, the purchase of the building, right, the module buildings, the purchase of the adjoining property. That's the $6.8 million with the cap of 325 students over 5 years, up to 5 years.
I wish it was up on the board, but maybe we can read it one more time. I didn't hear the word expansion loan in there. Just want to get it right.
Oh, for sure. Measure twice, cut once.
It's approve the proposed amendment with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for a proposed expansion at a cost of $6.8 million with a cap student body count of 325 over a 5-year period.
Did we want the word loan?
Sure, and I think we're talking about beginning school year 25-26 as well.
For the enrollment.
So here's, can I read you what I have?
Yes.
I have the Board of Trustees support. Are we okay?
Yeah.
Well, what we're going to have to do eventually, because we're making these adjustments, but then Trustee Nicolette is going to have to approve this as the second. I'm allowing all of these changes because it's still in flux, but then when you feel you've landed, then I will need a verbal authorization that your second agrees with that, and then I will call for the vote. But right now, we're still tinkering.
So let's do this, since Trustee Mayberry said sure to adding the word loan, Is the second okay with the addition of the word loan to the current motion that JJ just read?
Yes.
Okay.
And is the second also okay with the addition of over a 5-year period?
Yes.
So then I'm going to have us read it one more time. Have we mentioned how much we appreciate JJ Batchelder? She's the best at what she does.
JJ needs a raise now. The Board of Trustees approves the proposed amendment for a 6.8 proposed amendment with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for a for a proposed expansion at a cost of $6.8 million. No.
Expansion
For an expansion loan of $6.8 million with a cap student body count of 325 over a 5-year period.
Madam President, I did add a date, beginning school year 25-26.
Is our second also okay with that? Which was also part of the original. Yeah, it was part of the original
Yes.
presentation. I'm going to
Okay.
have you read it again because I want to make sure that we get it very clearly on the record.
The Board of Trustees approves the proposed amendment for with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for a $6.8 million expansion loan with a cap student body count of $325 students, over a 5-year period beginning with the 25-26 school year.
All right, Vice President Mayberry, does that sound right to you?
That's very close to what I have. Yes, I think we're on final approach. So
Okay.
I'm not going to change anything.
And does our second also agree that that aligns with her desire to be the second?
I was going to have you read it one more time.
I'm happy to.
Please.
Me too. The Board of Trustees approves the proposed amendment with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy for a $6.8 million expansion loan with a cap student body count of 325 over a 5-year period beginning with the 25-26 school year.
I approve.
All right, so we have a first, we have a second, we have reread this many times. Seeing no lights on except Vice President Mayberry's, but I think he's getting ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you all very much. And that now closes, thank you all very much for that conversation. That closes item 3.02, and we are going to have a schedule change because we have a fantastic school community and actual family that is here with us. So we are going to pull up item 3.04, and I'm going to go ahead and open that right now because we have some very patient staff and families who have been here to be a part of this conversation. And so now I will open item 3.04. This is milestones and momentum presentation to provide the Board of Trustees an overview of progress made on Strategic Plan Goal 4, Academic Growth and Achievement. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And I have in front of me Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, to kick us off and to welcome all these wonderful folks that are coming on in.
Thank you, President Smith, and good evening, Superintendent Ernst and Board of Trustees. I am going to kick us off, but it's going to be sort of a onside kick. In respect for our family that is here as part of our student recognition, we're going to jump right to Associate Chief Angadi, and they're going to introduce our Ryan Dutch, our principal at Diedrichson, and our student Timothy Byrne. I had a long, eloquent introduction that I'll go later, but I wanted to get them up here right away so we can get our student and principal out of here as soon as possible. So would you please come up, Mr. Angotti, Mr. Ryan Dutch, and
Timothy Byrne, our student.
Yes, absolutely. Come on up, Timothy.
All right.
And Principal Dutch, we're so excited to have you here, and you have been remarkably patient, and you look so professional and so gentlemanly.
And
this is so wonderful. You have no idea how happy I am to see you sitting right here right now.
Good evening, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and members of the board. Don Angotti, for the record, Associate Chief over Area 1. I'm excited to be here today to share with you our first school spotlight for this school year, highlighting Diedrichson Elementary School and the outstanding growth Diedrichson made from the 22-23 school year to the 23-24 school year. In 1 year's time, Diedrichson grew 30 points on the NSPF framework, moving from a 1-star school to a 3-star school. Diedrichson increased 12 points in ELA student growth percentile points. Diedrichson increased 28 points in math student growth percentile points, as well as they reduced their chronic absenteeism rate to under 10%. So it's phenomenal work. The work taking place at Diedrichson is amazing, and I'd like to introduce Ryan Dutch, the principal at Diedrichson, and Timothy Byrne, a 5th grade student at Diedrichson, where they're going to share some of the great things that are happening over at Diedrichson Elementary School. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, President Smith and Superintendent Ernst and members of the board. Thank you for inviting myself and Timothy to be here today. For the record, my name is Ryan Dutch, and I am the principal of Lloyd Diedrichson. This is my 3rd year at Diedrichson, and this is my 23rd year as a proud Washoe County School employee. Timothy and I are very excited to share things that are happening at Diedrichson. Our school motto is Better Together, and we truly believe that the work we've done together as a school and community has truly impacted our growth. Our vision for Diedrichson is to be a positive, supportive, inclusive learning environment where students and staff level up in relationship skills, academics, and we're excited about coming to school. And my core beliefs as principal are choose your attitude, make school exciting and energizing, make students' day, be present, and most importantly, be a lighthouse and not a hammer. For safety and connections, my personal goal has been consistent messaging and communication with our families, our students, and our staff. Our school goal is to ensure all community members and families know our expectations and procedures. And at Diedrichson, we truly believe high expectations equal high results. And we remind ourselves of our growth by saying that when we know better, we do better. And I feel that the growth that we've had the most in the past 3 years has actually been our relationship building with families. An example of our community involvement can be seen each morning when we meet our community at Flag Deck. Our parents come to our pep rally. As a community, we celebrate birthdays, students of the month, classrooms that level up, and we chant our positive swim expectations. Our community has established a new PTO, and we host events monthly for our families to feel welcome and connected to the school. For Pillar A, I personally feel the consistent standards aligned with curriculum instruction has positively impacted our work at Diedrichson. Last year, my school leadership team with professional development focused on student-centered mathematics, where our students engaged in the heavy lifting, making connections between topics, and having deep conversations about problem solving, and engaging in math tasks that were meaningful in building understanding. Our most impactful professional development was called Bump It Up. This is where we looked at the rigor and the relevance of our activities and our lessons, and we bumped them up to higher levels of rigor. I have an amazing support team with my associate chief, Don Angotti. He has been incredibly helpful with his feedback, recommendations, and coaching, which have both elevated my own practices and my own teachers. It was also added value when the school board approved a dean at each elementary school. This added support allowed me to personally go and model into each classroom so teachers could see math at a higher level and a higher rigor level. My favorite coaching session was with a 28 veteran teacher who told me she had never seen math taught in a way where all students had high levels and when we're at 100% mastering levels. Her scores resulted in 75% of her students being proficient in SBAC at the end of the school year. So with the support of Don Angotti and my leadership team, we were able to calibrate our math instruction, and we calibrated our walkthrough forms and our look-fors, and this allowed our team to have consistent conversations and put all of us all on the same page with higher math level instruction. Finally, our school created a whole school agreement with coherence in math instruction with vocabulary, strategies, and manipulatives, and this resulted in our accelerated growth in math. For Pillar C, our commitment to elevating educators, with our student council and our student voice, we created this year's theme called Level Up. We are teaching and learning like a video game, where students level up in academics, behaviors, attendance, and goal setting. When students level up in an area, they get a picture in our Level Up photo booth. And we spent the last 3 years refining and improving our PLC process. Teachers use the backward learning process to identify learning targets, use assessments to measure process and design rigorous and relevant lessons, and they also study their students' results and share strategies and resources that elevate learners. At Diedrichson, we truly are better together. My favorite portrait quality of a Washoe County learner is a resilient learner. Our students work towards personal growth with stamina and perseverance by learning in a school that does goal setting, levels up students, and has a growth mindset. This environment allows students to uphold our vision at Diedrichson, which is a positive and supportive and inclusive environment, so that all students are excited to come to school. But now it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Timothy Byrne, and you'll see his picture in a moment. Timothy is standing in our Level Up booth here. Timothy is a member of our student council, and he has an incredible attitude about school, and he comes every day with a positive growth mindset. Timothy is a role model to his peers and is always willing to help our adults and others. He's an example of what it means to be a Diedrichson Dolphin.
Hi, Timothy. Welcome. Principal Dutch, can we help put, or he can do it himself. I like that.
For the record, my name is Timothy Byrne. Thank you, board members and Superintendent Ernst, for having me here. I am a 5th grader student, and I am here today to share great things about Diedrichson. Diedrichson is a kind, and the staff help us tell us what is expected each day, which makes me feel safe and connected. I like how the teachers give us information and tell us what is expected before teaching, and there's always a board showing what we'll learn that day and how we know when we've learned it. I like how the teachers let us try to answer questions, and if we're wrong, they don't get upset but help us find the right answer. At Diedrichson, we believe brains grow. Being physically and mentally healthy helps our school do well in academic achievement. My job here is to be ready to learn. Our school theme is Get Ready to Level Up. We level up in academics, behavior, and attendance. Thank you for inviting me to the board meeting today. We are better together.
Okay, everyone. For our kids, we clap. Timothy, the superintendent, has a few words to say. We're going to be giving you an award, but can you remind us again what grade you're in?
5th grade.
Amazing. I'm going to see you here in this seat someday for sure.
Timothy, it's great to have you here. Mr. Dutch, it's great to have you here as well. Timothy, we're very proud of you, and you are definitely leveling up. And to Timothy's family, thank you for being here this evening, and it's really an honor and a pleasure for us to recognize such an exemplary student as yourself, Timothy. And so, as you said, Timothy, for the record, we want to recognize you as our Washoe County School District Student Superstar Award. So congratulations, Timothy. Let's give you a big round of applause. And then I think we'll get together again, family. We really appreciate you being here this evening. We'll take a picture and provide the award, and we'll go from there. So thank you so much.
All right, guys, we're going to start making our way. All right, we're going to let our guests head out before we continue. All right, everyone. That is, I don't know about you, but that's what I needed right now. All right, we have a superstar group with us. In addition, of course, to Dr. Troy Parks, we also welcome Jenny Anderson, our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, and Dr. Sandra Aird, our Director of Assessment. Did I say your last name correctly? I did. Okay. I try to keep track of that.
All right. So, thank you again, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and Board of Trustees. We are going to make this a swift presentation, trying to emphasize the most important milestones and momentum. So, my script has been much smaller now. What I want to start with here is the honor and excitement I have in opening our milestones and momentum. I think it's very appropriate that we have named it Milestones and Momentum, because we all know it is a new beginning for us. Not only do we get to set the tone for milestones and momentum, but in this new beginning, as you know, I've been around the central office a little while, made a few presentations about strategic plan and student data, but this time is different. You see, we have a new superintendent, a superintendent that our executive leadership team is embracing, and he is challenging us to work together to move from the transactional to the transformative, and to elevate our expectations and achieve the goals we have in our strategic plan. He truly has us all working as a team. Therefore, the work we are going to share with you today, Milestones and Momentum, has been fully vetted by the executive leadership team, and I can say as a teammate, we all own this work. So real quick, you hopefully are familiar with our 5 goals in our strategic plan, and over there you have our pillars. I'm going to go through this quickly because I know it's familiar. The qualities of a learner, just a reminder that this was created at the same time our strategic plan was by our Washoe County School District community, and it reflects the qualities we want to cultivate in every student. You might think of these qualities as our finished product. Not only do we want them to be successful in mastering grade level curriculum, but more importantly, when they leave us, we want them to have these qualities. This presentation is a key component of our ongoing cycle of planning, evaluation, monitoring, and reporting on the action steps we're taking to achieve the goals outlined in the strategic plan. Today, we are excited to share with you the progress we've made on our Goal 4 and the updates on progress on future strategic plan goals will be presented in upcoming board meetings as outlined in this timeline. I have to make sure we recognize the work of Dr. Laura Davidson and the accountability team. They spent a tremendous amount of time planning and organizing, providing us this scope and sequence for reporting out, and it is because of their excellent work that our team as an executive leadership team and all of our directors are able to plan together, to collaborate, and bring you these presentations that everybody is taking ownership of. As you might know, Goal 4 is focused on academic achievement and growth. Goal 4 action steps we are currently focused on are grounded in 2 pillars, which provide a framework for our best practices in ensuring high quality curriculum and for elevating our instructional resources and elevating our expectations for the professional learning that impacts our schools, so that our teachers have the skills and tools and resources necessary to meet the needs of all their students. Next, we get into our aggregate data at the district level. In this slide, you see how we did in grades 3 through 8 compared to last year in English language arts, math, science, and EL exit rates. You can think of these rates as achieving grade level standards. And admittedly, when you look at this, you would characterize it either as steady or flat. So I don't want to emphasize a lot here. On the next slide, however, and remember, this is SBAC and access, which are two different metrics. In the next slide here, we are starting to see some growth percentiles. Again, I want to quickly go over growth percentile. That is the percent of students that are growing towards proficiency. It is for both our students who are not yet proficient and also our students who are proficient. It looks at each student's growth percentile and what growth percentile they need to attain to maintain in order to stay proficient if they are already, or grow if they are not yet proficient. Remember, we want all of our students that are below proficiency or grade level to grow at accelerated rates. And again, here is our iReady data. The data on this slide is more encouraging and suggests more momentum towards improving. As you'll remember, iReady was introduced last year, and at the beginning of the year, about 28% of our students were proficient in reading, and by the end of the spring, 43%. And in math, we increased from 19% to 41%. In those metrics, 4.10 and 4.11, we attained about 50% of our students reaching a full year's growth or more. And I want to emphasize our goal will be that 100% of our students make typical growth or 1 year's growth. Here we have a chart just simply showing how our district compares against other states on English language arts on the left and math on the right. Just a reminder that levels 3 and 4 are at and above grade level. Please keep in mind that this data is as of October 14th, and some states have not reported the results yet. I want to quickly highlight the range of achievement between states. When you see the highest state in English language arts, Idaho at 53, and then lower achieving states in the low 40s. And in math, you see a simple range of 44 with Connecticut and in the low 30s for the lower achieving. And our last data slide compares how
Can I go back to that one? So
Yeah.
I love these slides. I cannot tell you how valuable this information is in conversations when we actually show Washoe's performance standalone compared to the district. And I know you've got other districts here too, and other entire states. So I want to just say thank you so much, because I feel like the context can get lost, and this shows us in a more appropriate context where we fall and the bigger picture of it. So I want to say thank you so much for adding this. I don't know about any of my other colleagues, but this is incredible information, and I use it in my community conversations as well.
Absolutely.
And may I just a clarifying question? I think I know, but those states that were with us are the consortium that we belong to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oops. All right, and this is a similar slide showing where we are compared to our other districts, which are counties. I highlight we're in the top third in ELA and slightly behind the state. And now I am going to turn this presentation over to our dynamic directors. They are the champions of our goals in the strategic plan and the actions. And they are going to share more about the milestones and the momentum we've achieved for each of these action steps in Goal 4.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or actually good evening, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and Board. For the record, my name is Jenny Anderson, and I have the great pleasure of being the Elementary Curriculum and Instruction Director for Washoe County. Really excited to be able to present on to you Goal 4.1. There's so much great work that's taking place right now around these goals. While the data can be a little bit uninvigorating, where we're at, we really have a renewed sense around our focus on standards and instruction across our district, pre-K all the way through 12th grade. One of the things that we've been working on is creating that energy, creating that excitement again, and looking at the adopted standards that we all use and teach from. We have created materials and pacing documents to support our educators at all levels, and those were put into schools, into the hands of our educators early on before the school year started. We have been working with teachers to try and build better supports and more supports for adopted instructional materials. One of the great ways that we do that is through the teacher communities, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But trying to provide and ensure that we have high quality professional learning that complements the instructional materials that the board has approved and adopted and bringing forward. As we started the year this year, in our K-5 setting, we made sure to have what we would call a plug-and-play type PowerPoint available for our educators to lead them into using those instructional materials and to engage them into supplemental materials around phonics. As we've looked closely at our phonics instruction or our results around phonics, we've seen there's opportunity there. And so we've responded by making sure all of our educators across the entire district have access to those resources. Our data indicated in middle school that there was a need to support math in some different ways. And through the support of the board, we have math coaches in all of those middle schools to be able to provide an additional level of support and professional learning that's ongoing throughout the year for those folks. All of our high school and middle school educators also engaged in content day prior to the school year starting. Without going into the specifics just because of time, we also offer ongoing support for educators, K-12, whether it's content specific, strategy focused, but again, really looking at the data that we have and that we are given and making sure that there's professional learning available for our staffs to support that. Action step 4.22 really looks at those resources, and I mentioned that we have resources added into what we call our teacher communities. So those are spaces that all educators in Washoe County have access to, located in Microsoft Teams, where we put new content, where we're engaging in essential standards, where we're putting video clips, where teachers can chat and talk back and forth. And those are being updated regularly to make sure that our instruction is elevated to the levels that we need to. And again, ensuring access across the district, regardless of zip code, that every teacher has the same level of opportunity to teach at high levels to all of our students. The next steps for this is looking at how are we tracking it? How are we making sure that our teachers are actually gaining access and getting into those teacher communities, using those tools? So that's something that we're working on, making sure that we're collecting feedback. And one of the great gifts we have is we have a couple of different groups. At the elementary level, we have capacity builders, which are grade level teachers from There's typically one from each school who we vet information back and forth through. At the middle school, we have instructional leads, and at the high school, we have department leads. So we're really trying to have conversations with educators who are walking the walk to tell us if the materials we're putting out there are right and where we need to go and which direction we need to move. So those are exciting next steps that we continue to work on. And if you'll click to the next slide, oh, there we go. This just gives you a quick preview of what it looks like in those teacher communities as we post those resources. You can see there's links there for different things that educators might use, whether it's family newsletters. We have sub-plans available every month on the elementary level so that teachers really can make sure that instruction is seamless throughout the month, when they're there, when they're not there. And really, it's just a tool that we use to continue to support our teachers and our educators throughout our community. And with that, I will pass it over to Dr. Sandra Aird.
Thank you, Jenny. President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, board members, thank you for having me today. Sandra Aird for the record. I am the Director of Assessment for our school district, and very pleased to be here. And I hope that you understand the excitement we have around these next two goals. So the first goal, 4.2, is to have personalized instruction for every student. And this goal really is to make sure that we are providing instructional supports, could be differentiation, scaffolding for our students, so that all of our students can actively participate in grade level content. And with the tool iReady, we've been able to personalize instruction in ELA and math for our students in grades K through 8. So all of our students, grades K through 8, have access to what we call My Path. When students take the diagnostic at the very beginning of the year, that sets a path for the students at their level. Not too hard, not too easy, kind of that Goldilocks piece where they can progress in their learning at their level, at their speed. And again, we have that for grades K through 8 for ELA and math. What we're setting, our progress setting, that we have a goal this year of having 80% of our students completing at least 30 to 49 minutes of each subject each week. With the data that we received from Curriculum Associates, our vendor, as well as some work that our own accountability department has gone into, we have found that that is really the sweet spot for students to make that 1 year typical growth. And also our outcomes on Smarter Balance have proven to be that is that sweet spot. And I have a slide next for that. Along with that, iReady provides tools for, as I mentioned, scaffolding and differentiation for our students, so it's very personalized. And also teachers can adjust their instructional lessons based on weekly, daily data from MyPath so that they are able to react to evidence of student learning and move that learning forward. We have trained about 1,200 teachers, a little over 1,200 teachers. We continue our training with our vendor. We had one on August 7th and 8th for our elementary and middle school. And then just last week on our Professional Learning Day, our teachers from middle and elementary attended a 2-hour training with iReady in which they looked at their results and really dove into those instructional tools and what they call toolbox so that they can improve or supplement, enhance the learning for all the students, and again, make it individualized based on the student's individual score on the diagnostic. We also, for 10 of our high-need schools, we have invested in additional phonics work and additional coaching for those 10 schools with our iReady product. And then also, thanks to our accountability, last year we did a focus groups with our principals, our teachers, and our students. And we were able to gather a lot of good information as we move forward, such as looking at incentives for our students, making sure that our training provided time for our teachers to work within that training. One of the concerns of teachers was that we go to training and then I don't have time to work on it. So we saw on just last Monday, that they were able to have time to work with their colleagues and move that learning forward and have consistent planning. And then we are continuing to gather data. We do to meet the 80% students on my path. We do compile that evidence every week and provide that to our leadership team. And then we also have cross-departmental so that we make sure that all of the directors, all of the departments are on the same page. Our next effort is to look into the 9-12 grades. They do not have iReady, and that is an area we need to work on for the whole goal of 4.2 of personalized learning for every student. I appreciate accountability, and I want to thank them for this slide. They did a lot of work to look at that sweet spot that I mentioned for my path. And we found that for the 30 to 49 minute students who typically were on my path for 30 to 49 minutes did perform better, had better student outcomes on our Smarter Balance assessment, and just as above standard, as well as their growth and their adequate growth percentiles. So we were in both ELA and math. So we were very happy to see that. And again, we are communicating that to our schools, that is the sweet spot. That's where we're going to see the results for our students. Before I get into 4.3, 4.3 deals with collaboration with teachers and providing them time to collaborate. And we wanted to make a connection that going back, we've had PLCs implemented in our schools for quite some time. Even Ryan talked about PLCs as a piece that helped Diedrichson move forward. PLCs are the collaboration for teachers, that time for them to collaborate around standards and instruction, and also making sure that students are learning what's been taught. And then if they didn't learn it the first time, being able to plan additional instruction for those students. The next obvious step, or the next piece to enhance the PLCs, we're introducing teacher clarity this year as well to our administrators, both site administrators as well as district administrators. And it supports our PLCs in helping to clarify our learning intentions and success criteria, and really with the vision for our district that we can walk into any classroom and with what's on the board, with how the teachers are teaching, what the students are saying, we know exactly what grade level content they are teaching that day. Our students can respond with what they're learning and how they're going to demonstrate what they've learned. So that is our next step from professional learning communities to teacher clarity. So our action steps, and I'll be very brief because I realize the time. So our action steps again is to continue providing that PLC training for all of our new school leaders as well as our teacher leaders. One of the pieces we are working on this year, as Jenny had talked about, we have math coaches in many of our middle schools. Math coaches as well as leadership teams were invited in May and June to come to PLC training so that they can take, the math coaches can take that into their schools and facilitate PLCs with their math teams as one of the pieces, the efforts to move our math instruction forward. Our math coaches also meet on a monthly basis with CNI and assessment support with an established PLC. In fact, they did that today at Edison to work together to make sure our math instruction across the district is consistent in our middle schools. And then we have the teacher clarity, as I mentioned. Again, that's for administrators both at district and site level. We work together, we're learning together with a goal of having sites have a collaborative and develop a plan for teacher clarity for next year and implement that. When we talk about PLCs, again, you heard Diedrichson used it as a method to move their school forward last year. When Accountability, again, put out a survey, 86% of the teachers who were surveyed had very positive responses to the survey and to the PLCs that were going on at their schools. So that wraps up our 4.2, which was our personalized learning, and then 4.3, which is providing that collaborative and PLC space for our teachers as we move forward to improve our instruction in our schools. So I'll pause here and open it up for any questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Just really quick, I should have asked the question when Trustee Nicolette did. I just didn't want to interrupt the great work you're doing. SBAC, that's state required, right? And that is done once a year.
Correct.
That's just a snapshot in time, basically.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I should know that after 3 years on a board, but thank you.
There's a lot to know.
There's a lot.
So I'm looking at slide that's 4.2, personalized instruction for every student, and I have a question about the progress. There you go. Thank you, JJ. Expectation that 80% of students complete. So tell me how you came up with the 80%.
A few things. We looked at our progress last year. So last year we started also keeping track of all of our students, how many students were signing in every week. When we're looking at 80%, part of the time that students might be on MyPath, occasionally teachers might pull small groups of students, which would lower the amount of time that they would get on iReady MyPath that week, because they're getting individualized or very small group instruction with their teacher. So making that lofty goal of 100% is a little out of reach if we want the teachers to really be participating and helping our students. So looking at our progress last year, upping our amount a bit, make it a goal, so something beyond what we were able to accomplish last year, but yet also allowing for the teacher to have that individualized attention with those students during that iReady time. So having an 80% student completion of the 39 to 49 minutes seemed appropriate. So what we would hope is that if Jenny were pulled out and she only had 20 minutes this week, we would make sure that she would have the 39 to 49 minutes next week and make up for some of that time that she had with the teacher.
All right, Trustee Church and then Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. It's late, and I'm just going to cut to the chase here. I'd sure like to see a quality of education committee, and I want to voice my concern that this is a presentation discussion only. We're here to make the big decisions for the district. If we can't get this as an action item where we can provide direction, it's a waste of time. Going to measure 4.1 to 4.4, 0% increase, 0% increase, -1, 0. On the next page, 4.5 to 4.6, we went from 39 to 40%, up 1, up 2. On one of these, we went from 30% to 31%. In just 19 years, we'll be at 50%. Come on, folks. I'm so tired of saying this. This is dismal. I understand we're better than Mineral County, where my wife is from, and my sister was a serpent. So Mineral County gets last place, but this is nothing to be proud of. This is bad, 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 and we've got to do something to make it better, better, better. And all I'm seeing is baby steps. I'm just so frustrated. I know it's late. I'm grumpy, but it's just we're below the state average overall. And one of the things I do want to point out in here on one of your charts is the state charter schools are kicking our rear ends. So why do we want to mess with charter schools when they're doing so well and we're doing so poorly, and we want to bring them down to our level? Doesn't work with me. I guess I've said enough. It's just whatever we're doing isn't working. I know we're better than many of the other counties, but that doesn't make it right. You know, I'm told secondhand the governor recently opined about Clark County drawing us down. Well, it's not Clark County, it's all the other little rural counties, but we're not much better. And I just beg that we do something substantial. I mean, I've gone into detail about all the different things, but I'd love to see a quality of education committee that met rather than a zoning committee or some, well, they're important, but, you know, rather than some other little committee. So enough said. Thank you.
Thanks, President Smith. Okay, here comes the cheer squad. I don't know whether to cry or to cheer. Cry because I am so relieved in seeing that things are turning around. I mean, this is a heavy lift, but I can see things turning around. I see it when I go into the schools and talk to the principals, and everybody's excited, and they're all showing me their plans and how they're implementing it, and the improvement I'm seeing. Well, some of them are superstars, like Principal Dutch, but I mean, the excitement is palatable, and I'm seeing what I'm calling the 3 C's here: communication, collaboration, and cohesiveness. And these 3 things, with all of us doing it together, we're seeing an improvement. I am going to say by next year this time, it is going to be insane. I know it is, because of it's, I feel it. I just feel it, and things are happening. And I know more things are going to happen, and I appreciate all of this work with our teachers, because I'm sure the support for them that they're getting from you guys, and with the training, they're telling me they appreciate this. It's making things clearer. And the principals are telling me that teachers are jumping on board. So we're going to see a big difference. We really are. So I just want to thank you, and everybody better buckle in, because it's going to get crazy.
Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. I'm going to let Superintendent Ernst go, but I recognize Trustee Church left, but I could never imagine looking at any of our children and thinking that they're dismal. We're always continuing to grow, but to call our children and our staff dismal, that gets me. We can always be doing better, but we know that about half of our schools did improve this year with the state academic framework. And for example, we have 5 of Nevada's top 10 elementary schools. We can always do better. We will always continue to do better. But as the president of this board, I believe that our staff and our community and our children need to know that they are not dismal. Superintendent Ernst, and then we'll go ahead and wrap this up.
Thank you, President Smith. I wanted to start with a few comments. First of all, thanks to the team here. Thank you, Jenny, Sandy, and Troy. Appreciate the efforts that you are putting forth around our professional learning. Professional learning is critical to us making improvements. There is room for improvement. We have many pockets of optimism, and there's room for improvement. And by having strong professional development and really staying focused on culture, instructional and practices, and outcomes, we are going to be able to elevate the overall achievement of our students. I know that Mr. Dutch is still here, and the work of Diedrichson is work that is accomplishable. It is an example of what we can do. Now, Mr. Dutch, I know him. I know his leadership. I know that he has a tenacity and a determination. As we all lean into and embrace that same degree of determination, we are going to be able to make progress. We're working on the science of reading. That's critical down in the early grades. We're working to make improvements in math, particularly in middle school. What is incumbent upon us collectively is that we are keeping the day-to-day instructional practices and the day-to-day affairs of buildings first, front and center. And if we can keep that, I think what you heard when Mr. Dutch presented today was a fairly simple formula as far as how that improvement occurred. And we want to embrace some simplicity to be able to move forward academically. There are some good leading indicators that we're finding right now in the system. We've talked about chronic absenteeism. If we can get kids back in schools, we know that we can elevate our overall learning outcomes. We've set some goals. Right now, we are on target to reach those goals in chronic absenteeism. When we compare year to year at this same point in time, we've already had a reduction 5% points compared to the previous year. But to the point, I know that we can continue to elevate. We have examples out there to follow, and it's incumbent upon us to provide the support that is needed and for all of us to maintain the focus on really keeping our instructional practices and what's happening day to day in buildings around the teaching and learning. That's really critical to us taking steps forward to improve academic outcomes for our students. So I just wanted to kind of help bring those things together. I wanted to thank you for the presentation. Again, Mr. Dutch, congratulations to Diedrichson. Congratulations on your leadership and the work that's being done. Really was great to hear Mr. Angotti and the support that he's offering. I know that he brings a wealth of knowledge, and I'm really happy that you're leaning into that and collectively really moving forward. So I just wanted to share a few of those comments as I know we're kind of working towards wrapping things up.
We are. Everybody's had the opportunity to go, and so we'll go ahead and close with Vice President Mayberry and then close the item.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. Again, I visiting schools, I get tremendous feedback on the iReady technology and the work that's being done, so thank you for that. I mean, it is being, from my layman perspective, it is being embraced. I've been in schools when students are on it. It's like you have the data that shows that it's moving in the right direction. I also want to give Principal Dutch a shout out for his improvement in the star ratings. I talked to Associate Chiefs Ngati's principal at his former school. Also, I think increased to 4 stars. So yeah, stand corrected. 5 stars. Yeah, yeah. I thought it was 5. I just was kind of aiming low, but we need to aim high. So thank you for clarifying that. But and Superintendent Ernst, really, I get some great feedback on your performance, and you're doing a great job for us. I'm glad you're at the helm, sir. So those are my comments on this very important topic. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all so much. We appreciate that. All right, that closes item 3.04, and we're going to go back in the agenda and open item 3.03. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the 2024-2025 B major projects for design phase funding for administration, facility master planning, and construction phase funding for the Edward C. Reed High School facility modernization project for a total amount of $2,350,000 as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us today our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith, Board of Trustees. I'm going to go pretty quickly. You guys, this is kind of exciting for us. I'm going to go through the Reed Modernization Program, and then Mr. Searcy is going to do the Administration Facility Master Plan for you, and then we'll kind of wrap it up after that. But for the Reed Modernization, you guys, it's been a while since you've seen us, right? It is part of our facility master plan for the Reed modernization, for the facility modernization plan, I should say. You guys approved funding in February of 2024 for design. We've hit the ground running, hiring our partners for design, as well as our contractor, our CMAR over there. And we've finished conceptual design, and we've done that in collaboration with the staff at the site. They've been very involved with the ideas. We have some non-negotiable items, safety and security, some hub spaces, and those things that come out of our ed specs, because that's what we are comparing equity with, is our ed specs that we've approved at the board in 2017. This is a really quick schematic. So we completed schematic in September. It has lots on it, so you don't want to read it. But want to really ground the principles of what we're doing in the modernization with our facility modernization, with the idea that it's a 15-year plan. They have set budgets that we're working up to. And then we're looking for equity with older schools. And I did talk about the ed specs. It has some of those new spaces in it. We're trying to create those spaces within these existing schools. You can see the project scope. It is a lot. 70,000 square feet of expansion, getting rid of the mobiles out there, interior improvements, new locker rooms, a band orchestra expansion. There's a lot happening there. There are some things that are on the list that will be alternates that we will try to get to within the budget. So, you notice that it says as budget allows and could be identified in capital renewal. We will try to incorporate those if there's budget that allows, but know that as we work through all of these projects, we will look at those capital renewal items and see, are they close enough? Can we put them in the capital renewal within that year to kind of combine those funds? Or will they just have to come later in order of prioritization with the rest of the district? We're doing a lot at Reed right now. We're replacing the gym floors, new bleachers, new HVAC to the tune of $11 million up on top so they can be warm in their classrooms. So we will continue to do that, and we do a matrix, decision matrix, to determine what we should do out of the capital renewal at these sites that are coming up. Should we do it? Is it a safety item? Is it really needed? Can we break it up into scope? Can we phase it out? So we really do put some thought into what we put into these projects as part of capital renewal as well. So the funding request, you'll see all of that later, but the CMAR has recommended 2 guaranteed maximum prices for this. And this first one is for electric switchgear, which if you know enough about materials lately, you have to get in line a year in advance for those, because we have to get in line behind the hurricane people, anybody else that's been doing that. And it's designed specifically for Reed and its needs, and built to that. So we're asking for that today, which we'll get to later, but GMP2 is coming with all the other improvements. So that electric switchgear is $350,000. These are the next steps. December, we hope to approve that and award it back to Plenium and their subcontractors. In February, we'd like to come back to the capital funding and the board for funding requests for the rest of the construction, right? And then put it out to bid in March, and then hit the ground running with the final GMP and actually start construction in June of 2025 with an anticipated completion of 2027. We're going to be working on that campus when it's active, and we're phasing that project with the contractor. So we'll be working even during the school year and working with the staff to do that. And that's Reed.
Thank you, President Smith. So can you expound on what the Reed football field is going to look like?
So we talked about this. We've worked with a conceptual study, a group to look at all of our fields, because we're going to be setting a precedent with some of these. And based off of the initial that came out of that, it's about a 50-50 at Reed. And so we are moving forward with an artificial turf at Reed with this project.
If I didn't think I'd get sanctioned, I would get up and do a happy dance right now. Would I get sanctioned?
No!
Woo! Woo!
Okay, and we're back to the business meeting. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to welcome up COO Adam Searcy.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Make Tammy stay up here with me.
I put myself first so he could go last so I could sit down.
She'll bring it home. I'm just going to deliver this PowerPoint for a few minutes. Thank you, everyone, for the record. My name is Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer. I want to reframe all of this in the context that this comes as a recommendation from the Capital Funding Protection Committee. We presented to them a couple of weeks ago, and as is our practice, this is coming post their review discussion and with their recommendations. So this is an item to support funding for an administrative facilities master plan. I couldn't resist including some really intriguing historical information relative to the public education system in this region's administrative facilities over the years, predating the WCSD even. I found this really interesting and thought you might as well, but I'm going to just speed through it and you can read about it more at your leisure. However, the building that we're in today at this moment was built over 60 years ago, and an awful lot has changed in our community over that time period. To try to meet the challenges of that change, countless remodels of various spaces in this building, as well as multiple additions, have transpired, as well as expansions to former school facilities and non-school facilities, at the case of the Bullis Center off of Edison Way. And currently today, the school district actively leases multiple facilities at a drain annually on our general fund and various grant funding sources. So that's really where we are today. This is a function of our correct prioritization of directing our capital resources towards our schools. Right? This is a need that has been building for literally decades, that's been well known. Efforts to study and optimize have absolutely been made over the years, but time and time again, the priority has been given to our schools, and rightfully so. Since the passage of WC1, however, we've, as you well know, invested over $1 billion into our existing schools and counting. We have also completed the approval of and are actively underway with the execution of a facility modernization plan, which will modernize every single one of our remaining schools to the tune of $2 billion plus, as well as directly, specifically proposing the repurposing of existing schools. So that looks to play a meaningful role in any universal administrative facilities master plan. I mean, this board, we've discussed multiple times throughout the facility modernization plan, hey, where's the admin facility in that? And consistently we said, we're dealing with schools first. We're going to address the needs and the modernization planning for our schools first, and then we'll come back and take the first next step towards our administrative facilities. A known need, but one that has and needs to come second to our schools. However, we have been planning for this financially for some period of time. I wanted to include this also for the record to note that our current and preceding several capital improvement programs, which go to the CFPC and the board, did include programming, funding for this work. The snapshot you see there is the most recent one. Many of you may recall spirited back and forth on the timing last year between the Capital Funding Protection Committee and this board, just to, again, highlight the awareness, the planning, and the interest in this work. That's the background. Where we are here today, you can see $2 million programmed in FY25 for the purposes of this administrative facilities master plan. This is a large dollar amount, and I want to just take a couple of additional slides to describe why I think this is such an important, potentially impactful endeavor that warrants this level of time and investment. So a couple of things that are mandatory within the scope of work that we're about to proceed on. Of course, this will evaluate the true facility needs of the current organization, right? Spaces that are appropriate, daylighting, all of that stuff now and into the future. That's minimum mandatory, but it can and should provide much more value to our community. One thing that's very important to me that this master plan can and will do is to develop solutions that will ultimately uplift the synergy and efficacy of the organizations. Having the right people in the right spaces, in the right adjacencies to one another can be very powerful in terms of maximizing what our organization can do. We are not constructed in a way to optimize our limited human resources today to our detriment. We can dramatically improve the output of this organization in service to our community and our schools through a modern and healthy administrative facilities alignment. That's just one additional pillar. We've talked about this many times, super appropriate and relevant, but this administrative facilities master plan will absolutely address the needs of the Board of Trustees in ways that make it welcoming, comfortable, and appropriate for our community to be in this space, that demonstrate the way in which we value public education in this community and the important decisions and actions that are made inside this room, and also improve the utility for the people that share this space. That's going to be an important component of this plan. And not last but not least, really on solutions that will create an environment that foster greater connection between the variety of partners that we serve as a part of the administrative central office team. So school site-based staff, members of the public, even students, fellow public agencies, all important partners who can inform and interact with the people who work inside this building, that our current facilities really don't create a space that is welcoming or convenient for us to interact with those important stakeholders and partners. These are the types of dimensions to this planning effort that I want to lay the foundation, set the expectations for, set the bar very, very high. This is the opportunity that we've all been talking about for generations almost, and we are now at the beginning stages to begin writing that script or making that plan. All of this somewhat goes without saying, but this is to improve outcomes for our community, our schools, and a legacy for our community. All of the work that we do here in the central office is in service to our schools, and so every step of the way I want this to be kind of our North Star. So again, I mentioned this went to the Capital Funding Protection Committee just a couple of weeks ago. I want to bring forward not only their unanimous approval, but also their spirited discussion. And they put the P in capital funding protection, or the P in protection. They asked some good questions that we were prepared and responded to appropriately, but I wanted you to know that I wouldn't say skepticism, but fair counterpoints relative to the ongoing needs of our facilities. I think to sum up our response in a sentence would be to state that these investments and this work is intended to continue in parallel with our facility modernization work and our capital renewal work. It is not one or the other. If something dramatic economically changed, obviously this would take a back seat, but our current CIP and our current capital program suggests that we can do all of that work at the same time. So this is a conservative and preliminary anticipated schedule, again, to set expectations. It is going to take some time. The first next step is to hire a professional to guide us through the process, to help us imagine, evaluate, and ultimately approve a plan on which we might begin designing and implementing. So that's the end of my presentation. Tammy's got a conclusion slide with the actual funding in it. Happy to discuss this item or any other questions on Reed, or we could advance to the actual attachment action item. Thank you.
So I just have a quick question on this slide. I know that this is just the anticipated schedule, but if the design, the acquisition comes together sooner, could a building open earlier than 2030?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a variety of ways in which this could go, so I really felt it was appropriate to give a more conservative range type of anticipated schedule, but yes, depending on some of the important decisions and choices that we make, particularly in 2025, could set us on a path to completion slightly more expeditious than this.
Thank you.
And just to follow up on President Smith's question, this is pretty rudimentary, but are we looking at this building and you would repurpose it? You wouldn't raise it. This would still be the admin building, and it would essentially be remodeled. I mean, or is are those just some preliminary ideas?
You know, honestly, that's just one of many different possible
Okay, so
outcomes.
everything's on the table, sounds like.
It really is. I think concisely, it's building new on the existing parcel, building new on an alternative parcel, acquiring existing properties and renovating them, or renovating existing properties, perhaps repurposed schools, or perhaps most likely some combination of several of those options. It's very nebulous right now, and that's really why we need to hire a professional to help us guide the analysis, guide the conversation, guide the engagement, so that we can really focus in on the optimal and then really hit the ground running with an approved plan and North Star and execute swiftly.
While you're queuing it up, or if you're concluding, I just wanted to offer a couple of quick comments. First, I wanted to say thank you to Mrs. Zimmerman and Mr. Searcy for your work on the FMP. It is exceptional work that is being done. Having attended a recent conference and seeing the national landscape around building repurposing and building modernization, I will say that the work that both of you are leading is at the forefront, and it's really coming from a value additive proposition for our community. And I really appreciate that we're thinking well in advance. And when we talked earlier a bit about transactional to transformational, this is certainly that transformational space that we're operating in. And the plan and your leadership is helping position us to be in that place, and I just wanted to thank you both for that.
All right, so let's wrap it up, and then we'll go to public comment after questions, because this is an action item.
So I'm going to wrap it up with the typical spreadsheet you guys are used to seeing. We're asking for approval from the Board of Trustees for the recommendation from the Capital Funding Protection Committee for our 24-25 major project program in the amount of $2,350,000.
All right, so JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, so I will bring it back here for questions or for a motion.
I was going to make a motion.
Great.
But I
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead. That's fine.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves funding in the amount of $2,350,000 for 2024-2025 B Major Projects Program for design phase funding for administration, facility master planning, and the Edward C. Reed High School Facility Modernization Project, as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
So I second that one.
All right, and then do we have any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. Now that closes item 3.03, but before we move on, I'm actually going to open up in section 4, item 4.01, our student representatives report. So Annie, would you mind sharing?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I know it's been a long night for everyone, but I'm really grateful for you guys letting me go. I'll make this quick, but we had a meeting last Tuesday, I believe, and we've had a few since the last board meeting. We've been able to narrow our focus groups down to 3 groups. So we have college and career readiness, wellness, which embodies a lot of mental health, and respect. So those are our 3 focus groups. College and career readiness, some of our solutions. So we're kind of working into creating projects and what we want to do, to make these topics better. So that group is working on a campaign on social media to promote Niche, the college. It helps you get ready for colleges and helps a lot with college search and makes it easier on seniors and juniors getting ready for college. And they're also going to be campaigning on social media with college essay tips to help seniors with those upcoming essays. The wellness group at the last meeting spoke with a psychologist about resources, which was really great to get outside input. And they also came up with the idea of doing a mural at every high school, and it'd be like a big heart or something, and then the middle would be a QR code, which would take you directly to a page on the Washoe County website that they want to have. That'll be like a resource page with all of the resources needed for any mental health issues, for coping, for substance abuse, anything like that, and all on one page. That was a big thing they really wanted to work on, was getting it all into one page for everyone to be able to access. And then you could just scan that big old mural and find those. And the respect group is my group, actually, and it kind of embodies a lot of the struggles in school, especially high schools. So what we want to do to improve the respect and bonds between admin, teachers, and students, and even families, is start with something small. So we want to connect the students to their admin. So we were thinking of doing intro videos of like, hey, this is who I am, and showing the students that admin are still people. And I think it's a good start to see for students that, you know, they're not always disciplining. So it might be a good way to start. And then we also want to work on building those connections. So maybe the teachers do that. And we want to get in every high school, at least to start, respect statements in every classroom. And that way it's clear, because yes, there's class objectives, but no one really talks about how a teacher can be respected and how the students can be respected back, because there's an age gap. And so sometimes that gets really tricky, and maybe that'll help move forward on that. Also, at the last meeting we had nutrition services come in, and we got to taste test some stuff, which was such a cool opportunity for a lot of us. So I think that was really great to have that opportunity. Also, we are working on the poster contest for the Phones Away and Learn Today, so we're excited about that and can't wait to see all the submissions for that. And then last thing, I just want to make a comment about how on the item on the agenda 2.04, just kind of a comment. Last year in my group, actually, we wanted to make a credit for like 0.25 credits of elective credit for club participation. So I thought it was kind of fun to see that us funding the advisors and stuff for every extracurricular is great, but maybe looking more into that 0.25 credit for club participation to get students more involved at their school and getting involved in a community that they can be a part of. So, yeah.
That is incredible, Annie. Thank you so much. All right, that closes item 4.01, and now we will go back to section 3. Thank you so much, Annie. We'll go back to item 3.05, and this is the approval of the purchase of middle school mathematics instructional materials from Amplify Education in the approximate amount of $2,906,100. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us Kendra Fox, our Director of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction, and Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer.
You just want me to start? Yes. Thank you. Superintendent Ertz, President Smith, Board of Trustees. I am Kendra Fox, Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction, for the record. I know most of you are familiar with the textbook adoption process because I've been here a few times over the last couple of years, but I'll just overview the process generally, and then there's some unique things about this adoption that I thought I'd point out also. So consistent with Board Policy 6160, we conducted the full process. We started last spring. We developed a group of stakeholders to help us review the books. Unique to this adoption, we actually had 12 sets of materials to look at. Never had 12 before, and so that was a tremendous amount of work for our stakeholder groups. They did that work over the summer. Some teachers estimated that they spent in excess of 40 hours reviewing the books. Then in August, we pulled the groups together to really look at the evidence that they collected around the books. They looked at things like the depth of the standards, the teacher materials, the student supports, how engaging the materials were, and at that meeting, they narrowed down the choices to 3. Then the materials went out for public comment. The teachers did sample lessons in which after the sample lessons, they garnered students' input. So, and for the first time since I've been doing these presentations, we had the best student input this time. I mean, we had, I don't know if you looked at attachment B, but it was really long. And what was clearly evident from the student input is that they preferred Amplify. They said it was engaging, they liked the visuals, they liked the ability to manipulate things, and it was so cool to see the students get excited about math. I think that one of them even used the word sigma, which is evidently a slang word for it's great. So with that, the committee then also, the teachers agreed and voted to send Amplify Education forward to you for adoption. The funding for this purchase is coming from Assembly Bill 495, so it's grant funding, which is why it's kind of an odd time of the year to come to you with textbook adoptions. We'll pay for it now, and then the nice thing is we have the gift of time. So all spring we can work on curricular materials, developing pacing, developing guidance documents to help teachers implement, and start really developing a good professional learning plan for the teachers so they have lots of time to really dig into the program before next fall. In November at our academy meeting, we'll give the principals an overview, but we'll also provide some training for principals on things to look for, because instruction will look different with this program. It's very hands-on. There is a really nice paper pencil piece, but the online component is really robust. It's probably the first time we've had something so robust in terms of Tier 1 curricular materials that we've adopted. It's really moving us towards a new era of math teaching. Lastly, I would like to thank the stakeholders that spent the time implementing it, and my instructional materials specialist, Ellen Badger. I just get to do the fun part up here. She really does all the hard work behind it, so I know she's watching, so I just wanted to give her a shout out. And with that, I'll turn it over to any questions for you or for me.
Thank you, President Smith. I just want to thank everybody that worked on this and put in the time to do the reviewing. I know I enjoyed the student comments, and I think that is such an important part, and it's such an important component, because we need to hear from those guys. We need to know that this is engaging, because if they're not going to engage, we might as well put a blank sheet of paper in front of them. So I just thank you. The 40 hours. Oh, thank you very much.
All right, this is an item for action, so do we have any public comment?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back to this board then. Vice President Mayberry?
I'll be happy to make a motion if you want to entertain that.
I saw your light on, so.
I accidentally hit it, but I will make a motion, believe it or not. Yeah, so
that's what happens.
And you know, the irony is Mayberries are not very good in math, but I will go ahead and move forward on the Board of Trustees approves the purchase of middle school mathematics instructional materials from Houghton Mifflin Hardcourt for approximately $2,906,100 with funding coming from Assembly Bill 495 grant funding.
All right.
Second.
Oh, we're going to give that to Trustee Woodley because he actually had his hand up. All right, so we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry.
We have a friendly amendment, I believe, from staff.
Okay, well, really quick, just for the record, we've got a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Woodley. And what do we have for that friendly from staff?
It should be Amplify Education, not at HMH. Sorry, thank you.
Do you want me to read that again, Madam
Yeah,
President?
let's just go ahead and do it from, so the friendly would be to remove, however you say, Houghton Mifflin Hardcourt and replace it with Amplify.
Okay. Houghton Mifflin Amplify?
No, I think we completely
just
remove
Amplify.
the HMH company
Okay,
and replace it with Amplify. But we
Okay.
had a first, we had a second, and so now the request from staff is to replace Houghton Mifflin Hardcore with Amplify, just Amplify.
Amplify education.
Amplify Education. Okay. So the new motion would read, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the purchase of middle school mathematics instructional materials from Amplify Education for approximately $2,906,100 with funding coming from Assembly Bill AB 495 grant funding. So is our first good with that?
100%.
And is our second good with that? Fantastic. Okay. Then we have an updated motion. And for all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much, team, and thank you for that. And that closes section 3. Yes, and brings us again back to section 4. Due to the time here and knowing that we do have some public comments, as the meeting manager, I'm going to say that as much as I appreciate our board reports, I think in the interest of time, we're going to move on from item 4.02 and close that, and now go to item 4.03, our superintendent's report. And so I will welcome Superintendent Ernst.
Thank you, President Smith. You know, it's been a little while since we've been all together. The quick update that I'd like to provide and that I've talked to a bit of you about is at a recent conference, Washoe County School District had 2 presentations. They were exemplary presentations. Mr. Searcy's in the audience, and what he had shared with the rest of the schools was school districts throughout the country was very well received. And then we had our student PD presentation. That too, that student PD for the teachers' presentations is a pretty contemporary and important piece. It's an important piece so that we are indeed listening to our students and getting their really good input on things. And so that too was an excellent professional learning that Washoe County School District presented to the rest of the country. So for the sake of some brevity, I just wanted to point that out, share that with everybody, and just let you know what an outstanding job both presenters did at the conference.
All right, thank you so much. All right, well, that closes item 4.03 and brings us now to our closing items.
Ooh, one little thingy. Superintendent Ernst, you were going to mention the teacher that's awarded the fellowship. That's so important.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. And so, as many of you had seen in a recent media release, we're really proud of the work of one of our accountability team members. Last year, he too presented at the Council of Great City Schools conference. He has been fundamental to the building of our data systems that are used in many, many ways by multiple departments and teachers throughout the district. Because of that work, he was granted a fellowship at the University of at Harvard University and has had his first week over there. And so as we speak, he's diving into that work. I know many of you have met with him on separate occasions. And it's really another honor. There are great things occurring in our district, and I will tell you around the data system specifically, that is some of the best work throughout the entire country. And so he has really been instrumental, and our entire accountability team helps with that lift. And so thank you for bringing that up. Again, that is Dr. J.T. Stark, who received that fellowship. So thank you very much for giving me that time.
Thank you. All right, team. Well, that closes section 4, and we'll move on now to section 5, our closing items. For our public that is still with us, oh my goodness, thank you so much. And just as our standing notice, we'll also put this up on the screens as we do with our public comment, and have been from multiple meetings now, that the Board of Trustees imposes reasonable content-neutral restrictions on public comment, such as willfully disruptive comments that are irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, obscene, inflammatory, irrational, amount to personal attacks, intimidation, or interfering with the rights of other speakers. So our standard request from our public. And so now with that, we'll go ahead and open item 5.01 and welcome those with public comment.
Dennis Bagley.
Welcome, Mr. Bagley. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Am I the only one? Oh, jeez. Okay. This is my first time at a board meeting. I know a few of you from outside of this venue. Had the privilege of speaking with many of you. What I would like to bring up as a parent as well as a district employee is that the need for more funding for maintenance. In particular, when it comes to things at the school, I'm an SFC, so I'm in charge of making sure the school doesn't break. We have items that need work orders, and that's plumbing items, electrical, carpentry, things like that. But it's becoming more and more problematic where it's taking longer and longer for certain items to be done. What might be a small problem now can turn into a big one just because they're buried under all of this work. And so I wanted to request of the board the possibility of putting it on your radar to approve more funding to get at least one more tech for each of these different trades. Another plumber, another carpenter, another electrician. And that would help immensely because whether the school is brand new or it's 60 years old, there is a need for those kinds of techs. And even if there's some way of even promoting internally, having someone train up somebody to be an electrician or a plumber, that could be another possibility. And I also wanted to bring up the possibility of you guys looking at hazard pay for the guys that drive the snow plows. As while we're all, tucked in nice and warm and everything, they have to go super early in order to get to those plows in order to clean up things like the bus yard or the parking lots. And just, I think that they're taking, a bigger risk than even myself when I have to go in and clear snow. So that's pretty much all I had for you guys.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Valuable insight.
Jeff Church.
Welcome, Mr. Church.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Church. There's an elephant in the room that must be addressed. Within the past week, myself and I believe others have received a number of emails and phone calls on the subject I am about to discuss. Number one, there was a lot of criticism about the appointment process overall of trustees. In the time I've been looking at the school district, we've gone through 6 different trustee appointments. How do you know I'm a Lieutenant Colonel Air Force retired? How do you know I have 2 different degrees? Now, I was elected, it's a little bit different, but I do think we need an agenda item to discuss how we will handle future appointments of trustees and vetting them in their background. Number 2 is a serious allegation, including against me, in these phone calls and emails, that myself and or other trustees had prior knowledge of unproven allegations against trustee Woodley prior to his appointment. I consider that serious to accuse me of that and other trustees. Don't know if it's true or not, but I think that needs to be addressed. And the third elephant in the room is the fact that we've had emails I consider quite serious and phone calls regarding trustee Woodley and allegations that are unproven, and if there is or may be a nexus to the Washoe County School District. Hiding those, I don't think reflects well on us. I don't think that we're in a position as trustees, because we're potentially implicated in this alleged cover-up of information during the appointment process. So I believe that there needs to be an independent investigation into those three allegations. This is troubling. I didn't know how to do this. I've sought outside opinions on how I can bring this to our attention, and I think this public forum is probably the best way to do that. I want to make clear I've had no communications with any other trustees on the issue, so I don't know if anything's in progress, not in progress. I don't know anything because nobody has told me anything about it, but I think it's important to put that on the record. And again, I do think we need an independent investigation as we've done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Church.
The board received emails from Dusty and Kevin Dory.
Thank you. All right, that closes item 5.01 and brings us now to item 5.02, our next meeting announcement, which will be on November 12th, 2024. And then now at item 5.03 at 8:13 p.m., we adjourn. Thank you all so much.